What's up, guys? The hell? Rewards enabled on chat. What? Get rewards by purchasing or gifting subscriptions to my channel while they're live in any category. Okay. Okay. Happy Friday, everybody. Today we have some pretty fun stuff we're doing. We're going to fix a couple of the bugs that we have with loot tables. I'd like to get them placed in the world. You know, some of the junk items, some of the potions. We have a tower that we could populate with some things. What else? We have the dungeon down here, of course. Right now it is a little bit dungeon. The cave. I forget how we fixed this. This was an issue with, like, I think the drive data cache or something. Regardless, we have this that we can fill up with things. We have maybe some things around here. Maybe over by the Keck altar we could put something. The ruined tower. We don't really have any big points of interest in the desert. But we could still put some things out here. We could even make a point of interest out here. Something to explore. And of course we have the ruined village, which we can put some things to. And then this cave. So that's one of the things that I'd like to do today. Another thing I'd like to do today is have the naming for the randomized potions. So yesterday we made it so that we can receive random potions from loot sources. As you can see here. And I have an idea of what we could do for naming. So I was thinking, okay, you know, it's pretty ridiculous if we have like 5 effects on a potion, but of course we can have anywhere between 0 and 5 effects. So we need cases to handle each of these. So for sure, it's pretty easy. If there's no effects in the potion, we can just say, you know, dirty water or something, right? Whatever. And that's, let's say that's for 0 effects. If we have 1 effect, 2 effects, or 3+ effects, I'd like to do something specific. That way we don't have just some, I don't know, really long potion name that probably couldn't even fit. Instead, what we'll do is, for 1 effect, it'll just be like, potion of, you know, healing, potion of invisibility, things like that, right? So we have like a specific word that we use if it is the only effect. And we could even do, you know, like, draft of blank, dram, you know, a healing dram or something, right? Like potion of healing, draft of healing, healing dram. Dram, is that the right word? Not D-ram, you fucking. Dram. Yeah. Small drink of whiskey or other spirits. That'll work. Fucking DRAM. For 2 effects, I think we take this and we keep it, but we add in a word to the front of it, like frenzying potion of healing, right? And I think that we can either just do it randomly, so it can be like a healing potion of frenzy, or we can specify which one needs to be wherever, you know. And same here, like healing draft of whatever, healing dram of frenzying. So, you know, there's something that we can do there that will sound reasonable. I think for 3 effects it gets a little bit more difficult. Because sometimes it works, but you know, like, we'd have to specify, okay, this needs to be at the end because Potion of Invisibility. Well, you can't really do Invisibility Potion of Healing. It just kind of sounds weird. Healing Potion of Invisibility kind of sounds a bit better. What we could do is try to just take the 2 strongest effects. And if there's more than 2 that are on the same tier, we just randomly pick those effects. Hey, Game Post. No matter where you go, everyone's connected. That's true. That's deep. That is a great first message of the day. I appreciate it. What if we don't want to be connected? What if we shouldn't be connected? There's my retort. Healing Potion. Let's start with 2 effects. Let's at least get 2 effects. If we want to do 3, we can try to do 3. But we'll start with 2. And that'll just be 2 plus effects. Take highest effect tiers where possible. If there are multiple, randomly choose. Everywhere and everything at the same time. What about people that I don't know that I'm connected with? Am I still connected with them? Am I connected with people who I've never met before, who don't know me, and who never will? Alright, where do we want to put this? We'd probably pull in an array. So it'd be during the naming of the potion, which right now we don't name. Where do we randomize the name at? Oh no, we don't randomize the name, we just build it here. So here we could put another function in to randomize the name by pulling in this array of effects. Perfect. Randomize potion name. This will have an input of ingredient effects, an array, and an output of a string or potion name. I think our first thing to do is determine if this is empty. We'll do is not empty, just for a little bit better flow. If it is empty, we just return and we'll put in, not that. Dirty water. And I could even hook this up right now, just so we have it ready to go. Pull this down too. Reduce some of the spaghetti. Okay, if it's not empty, we need to do one more check just to see if the length we'll do length is greater than 2, 1. If the length is greater than 1, then we know that we need to do the 2+ effects. Otherwise, it's just one effect. So we don't really need to do much in that case. Let's make an array of strings here. Potion name base. So this is where we can create these, potion of, and then I'll do effect like that. So that's where we can put in the potion of restore health, potion of invisibility. There's a couple of issues with this, or potential problems, where we might need to make another data table to determine, okay, this is the base type of this effect. We need to then have a separate word to use for the effect if it is a prefix. So like healing instead of restore health. Or, health fortifying. I think that might be smart. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Data, new folder, random potion generation. We need a new structure, st, random potion generation. I don't know, just call it that, fuck it. I'm almost over my sickness, I'm almost over it. If you hear me sounding like I'm dying, I'm still a little sick. Random potion generation. What do we want this to have? I want the row name to be the effect so that we can search for the same effect row name that we have on the potion. And then we need to determine what that should say as a prefix and what it should say as a suffix. And if either of those is empty, I think that we should consider it not applicable as a prefix. Though, that's a bit dangerous. Because what if we have two effects on the potion and neither of them is useful as a prefix? We should try to find a way to do a prefix and suffix for every single one. Simple as that. And I'm even going to make them arrays simply because I can then put more in just to add more variety. How many effects do we have? We have 30. We have 30 right now. Although corruption is not possible to put, we'll still include it though. And I'll just copy them over. Okay, restore health. Fortify. Stamina. Essence. Invis. Bulwark. Resist magic and water breathing. Most of these should be pretty easy to come up with a prefix and suffix. Okay, that's all of them. We'll start with restore health. So we have like these, you know, potion of blank, draft of blank, blank dram. Obviously here are prefixes, and then here are suffixes, right? So prefixes, suffixes, and then of course if we have 2+ effects, I don't see any way we would just have prefix or just have suffix, so we would have both. So as a prefix, we'll do health restoring. We can just do restoring, or no, we should try to keep health. We should try to make it sound sensible, even if restoring could work, and the player would have to see, oh, it restores health. I see. That's why it's named like that. Healing. Those will work, and then the suffix can be restore health or health restoration. That way it'll be like potion of restore health, potion of health restoration, draft of same, and otherwise it'll be health restoring dram, healing dram. Health fortifying. health fortification. Restore stamina. Stamina restoring. You know, we can get a little bit more creative with the prefixes here. We can do like adrenaline, restore stamina, stamina restoration. You do also like adrenaline as a prefix too. There might be some funny stuff if you have like restore and fortify, and those are the only two effects. It might say health restoring potion of health fortification. It's a little ridiculous, but it's also kind of funny, so I'll keep it. Problem is that restore and fortify are pretty much the same things. Stamina fortifying. Hey, Buster D, what's up? Hope you slept well. Yeah, I slept okay. I roll around a lot, but I am happy it's Friday. Hopefully I can finally finish up getting rid of this this cold over the weekend. And I have a lot of business stuff to catch up on. A lot of emails and LinkedIn messages for some reason. Hey, would you like our service? No, not unless it's free because I have no money. Is it free? Oh, it's not? Okay. Everyone's ill? Yeah. Must have been something going around. Stamina fortification. I feel like healing should also be a suffix here. We're working on right now the naming convention for randomized potions. So we have prefixes and suffixes, and then I'll do a little bit of behind-the-scenes magic to tableception. There's a lot of data in this game. This is my entire data folder here, and if I filter by data tables. Not as much as I would think. Probably more structures than anything, because I have a lot of nested structures. Yeah, we have a lot of structures. But we have to. Well, no, I didn't have used one data table on my project. I may need one soon. I don't have one data table? What is your project? I mean, because there might be games where you don't have much data. My game is very data driven, so it's like, well, I can't really. There's no way I can get around using data tables. So we're gonna core functions. Have we talked about your game before? Forgive me if we have. I have really bad memory. I have some sort of mental deficiency, I think. Oh, we haven't? Okay. So I take back what I just said. I have a perfect memory. I really don't. Goldfish have better memories than me. Essence, restoration, store essence. I think that'll be fine. Fortify. Essence fortifying. Essence fortification. Or fornicate. Fornication. Fornication potion. It's a combat-driven storytelling game, and as the combat and movement is the most important part, I want to get that shit smooth as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that is the right way to do it, like, without a doubt. Implement a skill tree for that I could use data table. You probably should. You should use data tables for anything, ideally, that you want to have in Excel for balancing. And then you can write some export scripts to export those to tables that you can import into Unreal, like I do with ingredients, for instance. I can just export it, drag and drop into Unreal. Perfect. You'd probably use, if it's a combat-driven game, you probably would want to use a data table for like enemies and handling damage values, things like that. That way you can do calculations. Okay, invisibility. Would just have invisibility as a prefix and a suffix. Could also do of like hiding, of like obscuring. Like a potion of hiding, potion of obscuring. Yeah, like crit stuff. Yeah. You want to be able to balance all that outside, but it's kind of annoying if you have to balance it all out here and then just copy and paste all the values into some data table in Unreal. The good thing is most of these you can export as like a JSON file too, and there are some good JSON editors. And those are pretty easy in my opinion to kind of just visually look at as opposed to a CSV. Depends on how complex the data is though, right? I have a game designer friend of mine who he just edits within Unreal. I think either he still does or he used to, and I'm looking at him and I know like the data tables that I work with like this, and you know one thing has this much complexity to it. It's like, yeah, you know, I have like 268 of these just in my prototype. I think I'm gonna have these exported. I think I'm going to deal with these in Excel. Granted, if you aren't working on a data-driven game, there's a lot that you can get away with just by doing it in Engine. You don't have to go that extra mile, but there are some things where once it starts to get too complex, having some sort of custom editor is, in my opinion, 100% necessary. Now, the good thing is, too, with Unreal, you can make editor widgets, so you could make your own custom editor. With editor utility widgets.
All right.
So these allow you to create essentially your own custom functionalities within Unreal that work in editor. And it's just like making a normal widget, except it's meant to be run while you have the editor open. And you can have this do some crazy stuff. I think for Hogwarts Legacy they used... Yes. I think... Wait. I know they used one. Oh, I think it was this video. Yeah, they use an editor utility widget here for the mission editor to craft all of their missions. So this is really cool. And then they made it into their own plugin as well. Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, this is a lot of fucking work. I can't imagine having to organize and manage this, but it's still impressive. It's a very impressive amount of work. Character ID, conversation ID, a result, so you can have like custom scripts, I guess, for once the conversation finishes. Objectives. Yeah, it's really cool. Sorry, I got a cough today. And 5, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I wish I had enough time to do stuff like that, but that's what a team gets you. That's what a team and a big budget gets you. Sometimes it's more easy to go that one step for more visibility. Yeah, that's true. I think that there's... Tyler Sigmund, the co-founder of Red Hook, who was once my boss, he put out a tweet a long time ago, and it really stuck with me as a designer, because he is also a game designer. And he said that... Oh god, I'm going to paraphrase it, but... Like, time investments in, like, to make game design more efficient is rarely regretted effort. Something to that extent. And, you know, that just kind of essentially means that sometimes putting in the effort to have something like export scripts for your data tables, yeah, it's a lot of work to set up, but really, you're going to be thanking yourself later on when you are like, okay, we need to add some more ingredients. Okay, you know, we add a whole nother row of them, balance, and all we have to do is press export this page, drag drop into Unreal, and it's working. Would it have been easier just to add those into here and just keep going? Maybe it's a little bit quicker, but in the long term, I think that the custom data table is saving me a lot of time. Other things like this, I don't need to have this exported. This is just so minor. But at some point, if I have extra time as a designer, and that's very unlikely, but if I do, I would then have this exported. Look, the expandability, that's true. Like some things, if you know that they're not going to be expanded upon, it's like, okay, we can get away with not doing it. But for ingredients where it's like, we could have any number, we could have hundreds, we might have over 1,000, who knows? Yeah, we need to have some faster way of dealing with that. Oop. Don't do that. Okay, bulwark. Bulwarking isn't a word, is it? Or is it bulwarking? Is bulwarking a valid? Guess it is. Valid verb for it, okay. If you need twice the set of a process as doing the job but need the process at least 3 times in your game, it's a win. That is true. I have to catch up with my friend and see if he's still editing those in Engine. I tried to tell him, like, bro, you're working on a data-driven game right now. You need to have export scripts for this. You cannot be doing this. And there's another reason too. There are other people working on your game. There are other people that will be touching these data tables. People that might not even be designers. They might just be testing something, right? A programmer might be testing something, delete a few things, change a few values, forget to change it back. Oops. Well, now where's your master copy? Where do you have that copy that says this is what the values should be? The values are not that, so we need to update those values. So I use this as my master copy, and I'm very, very strict about this. I say, programmers, artists, you do not touch my spreadsheet. You can look at it. You can export from it. You do not make any changes in it. The reason is because this is the master copy. This is what the values should be. And if the values in game are not the values here, you need to tell a designer. They need to go and see, okay, which one is the right one. Probably the master copy here. Let's update those in the game. Where if some programmer says, oh, I changed this because I changed the way it calculates, and I just forgot to tell designers, okay, let's change the master copy then. That's really crucial to have. Just a streamer replaced candles hand by hand, like 50 of them or more, and didn't want to use a brush for it. Like, there was no reason for that, so that's why indie devs fail. They don't know where to focus on. I still place things by hand, but I do use the foliage tool for everything. For pretty much all my foliage, right? You know, there's some things that I still place by hand. These are actually placed with the foliage tool as well, and same with all my ingredients. The weird thing is that it just doesn't think that they are, but they are. Really weird. Always one do not touch. Yeah, I think that's really crucial to have, especially for games that have a lot of data. One thing I can say is I don't think we'll be using procedural generation, at least not for gameplay aspects. No problem to play some shit by hand, but some people don't know when to do and when they're just wasting time. They might not know how to do it either. The foliage tool is easy to use, but I think it looks more intimidating than it is. This was my first time making an open world level and using the foliage tool. And it's not perfect, but it was a lot easier to do than I thought it would be. Okay, bulwarking. Protection. You have like defending, guarding. That'll work. Okay, resist magic. magic resisting potion of magic resistance or of resist magic. Water breathing. I can do like of the sea as well. That could be kind of fun. Like fishmongers. I think that could be kind of fun. Aether light. Illuminating. Studies a map editor pipeline they used for UE5 Electric Dreams demo. Game is open world, just has a few water world parts. Yeah, I think utilizing the new UE5 stuff, because I'm just using the regular kind of old school method, but for the full game and vertical slice we'll be using the newer pipelines. One good thing about the prototype is it does not need to be performance friendly. It just needs to be working. But I can't get away with that when we start to go to production. Illumination. Lightness. Weightlessness is good. We can do lightness. The cloud. 60 FPS on PC is my goal. Are you in production yet, or are you just doing prototyping? I think you said you're early. Ah, so don't worry about FPS then. As you said, indie developers waste their time on things that don't matter. Although your game is about combat, it should be fluid. If you have under 60 FPS, then that's going to be kind of fucked up. Because of your pillars now, performance is somewhat important. Otherwise, the lack of FPS will cause a pain point, and then people will be frustrated and not like your prototype. What can I do as a prefix for lightness? Can't think of anything. Brightness? No, so lightness here is like weighing less. So it has to do with like weight. And I can't think of any prefix. Let me see if I can find some. I'll just do like lightweight. Maybe there's a. No, not as a inconsequential. I need like a. Floating is decent. Unheavy. Really? To be light is to be unheavy. Jesus Christ. What if I look up heavy? Is it going to be unlight? I guess I could do like buoyancy. But that kind of, you know, when I think of buoyancy, I think of floating. Like in water or in some liquid. Technically, this will have a use for that. Sure. Strength boost. Okay, this one should be pretty easy. Strengthening. What else for prefixes? Do this the strong man as a suffix. Strength boosting. Air also counts as a fluid in physics, you're right. That is true. Although I don't think most people think of it that way. Hey, Clearmonk, I played playing CS, best of luck in the dev. Thank you. I appreciate it. How did your matches go? Boosting potion of the strongman of strength boost. We could also do strengthening down here in suffixes too. Okay, we're almost halfway done with these. Won like half of them. That's not bad. And of course, all the ones you lost were your teammates' fault, right? We'll do of the cat, of the owl. Night vision. That are cheaters of a true CS player. Yeah, I see. Those people are some of the best CS players. They're training for the war. One thing I've learned in my job is that you have to describe everything as clearly as possible and in few words as possible so that even the last person understands it. You would like our talks about game design a lot because one thing that... Okay, for people who know, who've been here, there's this this video that I watched that made me very angry. And it was about juxtaposition gratification. Okay, so this was a video where a game designer, I think, was trying to describe how it feels good to start off weak when you play a game and then get stronger and, you know, beat content that previously was more difficult. And the term that they made up to define this was juxtaposition gratification. And I was livid. I'm still livid. I'm still angry hearing this because it is such a stupid fucking term to describe something that is so simple to understand, that is more easy to understand for players, for developers, for publishers, or anyone in the gaming sphere to say, yeah, it feels really good to become stronger. It's great to when you start off weak and you become stronger in a game. And making up some bullshit term and making it seeming as if you are now a smart designer because you can use these big terms to describe something is absolutely the worst thing you can do as a game designer. Your job is about communication. And if you cannot communicate effectively, you are not a good game designer. And communicating effectively is not making up bullshit terms. It is saying things in the simplest and most understandable way possible. juxtaposition gratification. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that's my trigger word, okay? I know this is a safe space, but that's my trigger word. Best ways to add pictures. Pictures sometimes help, but not everybody works well off pictures. Sometimes people work well off diagrams. Sometimes people work well if you just sit there and you explain it in like 3 paragraphs. It just depends on who you're talking to and what you're trying to convey. I mean, you have to do like all of them. Sometimes it's like, yeah, sometimes picture is easiest. It's worth 1,000 words or whatever the fuck. Sometimes though, it's like if you are trying to explain how your numbers go from this to this, and it's not really a singular formula, but it's a set of user inputs. Sometimes you have to explain it with like examples. Other times it's easier just to prototype it and just make it, and then that way the coders can reverse engineer it along with some documentation. I did that for steam locomotive. I prototyped the steam locomotive in the train game that I worked on, and then the programmer who implemented it could reverse engineer it, because it was just a lot of like numbers impacting others, and it's like I don't know if I can write up a document that perfectly explains this. I just, you know, here, just play with it. Play with it, here are the blueprints. Turn this into C++. Druids. Druid sensing. Explain things in emails, then put pictures with an explanatory sense and warning colors at the place where it has to be paid attention to, and it's still, yes, it will be. No matter how much you write in your game design documents, people are still going to skip them. People still won't read them. It just is what it is. You're writing it so that they have no excuse when they say, oh, I didn't understand. Well, here it is. Although that's not exactly what it is. Usually if somebody reading your design documents doesn't understand them, it is a designer problem. It is almost always a designer problem. That is your job. If they don't understand it, make it more simple to understand, or put it in a way that that individual can understand. A lot of designers don't understand that. They think, oh, well, just read it carefully. Well, yeah, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. Sometimes it's shit. Okay, Druid sensing. Druid's sense. Sure, just give it someone who's not in the game dev, like your mother or someone, and note their questions. Yeah, I mean, that can help, absolutely. And I think you have to write it thinking that. Like, it's sometimes you can sound like you're condescending in a game design document, but what you're doing is you need to assume, in many cases, if somebody's jumping to a completely new section of your document. What's one that I know that I've written up here? Alchemy. Mish here, NPCs. I need to assume that somebody reading the NPCs section from the start has not read anything else, or has not read much else. That there's like, okay, I see that NPCs are important, or you talked about it in a meeting. I just want to see what's important about that. I don't want to have to go through the previous 20-something pages to get to here and understand them. So you kind of have to define it from the start again. And you have to go through it like somebody does not understand the game much. There's only so much you can do, you know, if somebody jumps specifically to read about storyline examples, you might have some references in here that they may not understand, or they might not understand how the potion making works. You can't perfectly handle it. To some extent, the person reading has to accept that maybe they need to jump to a different section and realize how that works. But there is, you know, you can try to do your best, is what it is. And better yet, you know, if you do have pictures of your prototypes of your game itself, like you said, you know, those are some of the best that you can do. Just show players directly what... Here's a potion example. Here are effect tiers and what they do. Animals. Farming and stuff. And there's, of course, there's a lot missing here because we are not even at vertical slice yet. Warming. Eating. The hearth. Warmth. The fire elemental. So I'm having the hardest time documenting my story without spoilers for the test audience. I think you have to have maybe two separate documents. One that's meant for people who are, you're okay spoiling. And one for people who don't want that, or for, I don't know. I've never been in that position. I can only speculate. We will be in that position for Cauldron Chronicles, though. The next NPC that I'd like to write, I'd like to do it actually off stream, so that I don't spoil anything about him, and then that way people can, you know, have a bit more of a reason to jump in and try the prototype because they haven't been spoiled like with Spoon. Concussing. Blasting. Exploding. Concussion. Concussive. Blast. Blasting. I think that'll work. I want to go for publisher, I want to go for crowdfunding, and so I don't want to spread that through the whole internet because I have a really big plot twist to my game that it revealed at the end. You don't have to. You don't have to reveal anything with your game's story or the documentation. The only reason we do it is to be transparent. But there are 100% going to be things that I want to keep secret. And I may remove them from like the public versions of our GDD. Like, you know, just redacted due to spoilers or something. But of course, publishers will have everything. Immolating. I'm going to remove Fire Elemental from here. Immolating. Burning. Immolation. Burning. Fire. Elemental. Poisoning. Ooh, if it's a poison, we shouldn't really use like potion of. It should be like a poison. If poison is if poison is one of the strongest things, we could change the language to say poison instead of potion. That'll be easy. Potion, poison potion, or potion is, how you doing, Ice Creek? Potion is poison. Use different baselines. Poison is one of the strongest effects. What are some synonyms for poison? What could do poisonous? Toxic. Baneful. Pestilence. That could work. Pestilent. Here's the thing, if it's a poison, we probably don't, it's probably redundant to put poison. Okay, if potion is poison, use different baselines. Also, remove poison from effects for calculation. That way, if it's like a poison with frenzy on it, we don't say poisoning poison of frenzy, right? It would just be poison of frenzy, something like that, right? Frenzying poison. I think it'll sound better that way. So would we even need any prefixes and suffixes for poison? I don't actually think that we would. Chilling. Freezing. The ice elemental. Chill. Freezing. What are some other like synonyms for chill? Frigidity could do. Frigid and frigidity. Frosty. Arctic. I don't know if our world has an Arctic, so I think we'll skip on that one. Wintry. And of winter. Okay, weakness. Weakening. Decline. Deterioration, maybe. It is more like enfeeblement. Actually, enfeeblement's pretty good. Is enfeebling a word? Enfeebling? I don't think I've ever used that word of it. Enfeebling. It is the. Okay, enfeebling. Of weakening. Of weakness. Weakening. Debilitation. Debilitating. Frailty, exhaustion. Exhausting. Okay, paralyzing. I think paralyzing debilitation could be a little bit better. Yeah, we'll take debilitating out of weakening and we'll put it on like paralyzing. Paralyzing. Debilitating. Incapacitating. There's some other ones we can use. Disabling. Potion of retardation reduces your speed. And it makes you less likely to become immolated. Disabling. Okay, paralyzation. Debilitation. Incapacitation. Apparently, from what I've learned, by the way, English, French, Spanish, Polish, and probably some other languages, any word that ends with tion, like paralyzation, debilitation, incapacitation, are the same in all languages. Spanish, is that true? I know for sure it's... Somebody else told me this. I did not discover this myself, but let me try it. English to Spanish. If it properly does these. Debilitation. Yeah, Spanish is the same. French. It is the same too. It's just different, form of the word. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody prove me right. Because I don't know, Google Translate is not always giving the right word. You know, it might not have been Polish though. It might have been French, Spanish, English. I don't know what the fuck it is. Can we get a linguist in chat? Hey, almost absent. Okay, frenzying. Frenzying. Should we have rabies of rabies? Rabid. Rabid. We now canonically have rabies in our game. 1 out of 100 chance that an animal spawns with rabies. That would be funny, actually. Linguists, you speak a little bit of Polish, a little bit of English, and anime Japanese words. I'm a physician, by the way. What are some synonyms for frenzy? Fever, feverish, maybe. Rage is pretty good. Enraging. Madness. Hysteria. Do hysterical. We can do maddening. Maddening have 2 N's? Yeah. 2 D's as well. That one's a little bit tricky. Silencing. Deafening. That's a hurtful word to use for deaf people. I can see it now. Potion of... deafness. I don't really know other words we could use for that. Fear. Fearfulness. Fearfulness is a word, right? Yeah. What are some synonyms for... Damn it. Stop it. Angst? I didn't think angst was a term for fear. Really? It's like deep anxiety or dread. Yeah, I wouldn't have really put it with fear, but I guess that works. Ocean of impending doom. We could do impending doom as a suffix, I guess. It works. Alarming. Concerning. Despairing. Pretty good. Anxious fear in German. You know what? That does sound very likely. I wonder if it's a Germanic word. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Interesting, but it only really became used within the past half a century. Very interesting. Dreadful. Dread. Terrible. Actually, I'm not gonna do terrible just because I feel like that also has an indication of quality of the potion, and I don't want the name to be an indicator of quality. Are you gonna have multiple synonyms for potion? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do like a draft, dram, whatever we want to do. We'll have multiple base strings to use for this, and then we fit these in as prefix or some tincture. Yeah, that would work too. Soothing is good. Harmonious. You know what I could do? If we do have random potion name generation, we could put a randomized potion name on the potion finalization screen so that the player doesn't need to write in their own potion name. That would be really, really easy to do. Okay, for slowing. Yeah, let's do that. Let me write it down here. Add randomize potion name to potion finishing screen. That'll take me like 10 minutes max. And I think that'll be a really nice little quality of life. Lethargic is a good one. Then we can do a potion of slowness. Slowness sounds better. And a potion of lethargy. Sluggish. And then sluggishness. Alright, that's what happens when I drink soda. That'll work. Now we have cure disease and cure poison. I don't necessarily want to use curing to define them both, although we can. We'll do like disease curing and cure disease. Fuck. That's weird. Poison curing. I'd like to use the word antidote, but I don't see how I could fit in the word antidote as a prefix or suffix. Like potion of antidote. Antidote potion. It just doesn't make sense. I'm just gonna put in corrupting and corruption. There's no way that this can be generated, so at least for the moment. But when it does, we'll at least have some strings that we can use here. Okay, so that's done. This is done. We can go back to here. Randomize potion names. We want potion of suffix. Prefix potion. Actually, we can even do, we'll do prefix potion of suffix. Prefix potion. Corrupting potion of corruption. Thankfully, it won't be able to do that. It'll only be able to put it in there once. So. Prefix draft of suffix. Actually, do I want to put the of there? The only time this gets a little sticky is with one. Well, it's gonna be a little awkward, won't it? Here's what we'll do. We'll do potion. I'll just put in the words. Draft. Tincture. Dram. What else can we do for potions? I should look at my mod for Darkest Dungeon because I used a lot of synonyms for potions. Elixirs. Elixir is good. Brew. Drink, libation, liquid, liquor, medicine, mixture. Filter. Remedy, restorative, spirit, stimulant, tonic. I like tonic. And we'll do remedy. I don't really like remedy. Don't like. And we'll do poison name base. And the only one I have right now is like poison, but maybe there's a synonym for poison that would work well here. Be a toxin. Frenzying toxin of debilitation work. Miasma, maybe? Toxicant? Malignancy? Nah, we'll do these two. Okay, the first thing that we need to do here is determine what are the effects that we want to showcase. Now, the good thing is the first one we're doing here is for false, we only have one effect. That's easy. That means we just need to find out which effect it is. There's only one. So we're just going to match up this effect ID with it data table row. And this is with potion generation. Break. We can do a select. Random bool. And then we can get, can I get a random array item? Although we'll need to determine if we actually used a prefix or suffix, because there's a little bit of alternate stuff we have to do, so. B used prefix. Used suffix. A little bit of an extra step. I do use suffix because if true, that's what we're grabbing here. So this will grab a random prefix or suffix. If we're using a suffix, so if a used suffix is true, we need to do a select. We also need to get a random. We need to determine if the effect ID is poison. So let's do that first. Is the effect ID equal to E poison? Select. Random array item. We need to append if used suffix is true, we need to append this to of this. Otherwise, we append the random array item for the, sorry, no, the random array item from here to the base. And I think that is all. Working potion name. And then we can return node that. I think that'll work. We shall determine that. Okay, otherwise, we need to go through and determine the strongest effects. Although if there are exactly 2 effects, we don't care. We could do we'll do another check. Okay, we'll do another branch if there are only 2 effects. Or, you know what, we'll just keep it consistent. We'll do greater than. If length is greater than 2. Fine, it kind of looks silly. We could always just switch on. We could always just switch on integer, but this is fine too. If it's greater than 2, we need to determine which are the highest tiers. Otherwise, we need to determine the prefix and suffix. I'll make 2 variables here. Prefix effect, suffix effect. Can I randomize the array? I guess we could do this. I guess I could do this. This will get the index of the array item. So then what we can do is just do a select node. If it got 0, take 1. If it got 1, take 0. Although I think we run a small risk here where when I call this node prefix effect, it's going to work itself back and grab the random array item. But when I go to set the suffix effect, it's going to call that node again and not remember which index it took. So what I need to do is actually first prefix index. And instead of doing a random item and breaking from there, just call a get at that copy or at that index. And I can still do the select node, but just base it off of prefix index. Okay, now that we have the prefix and suffix effects, chosen potion base, we need to determine if either of these is equal to a poison. Look at prefix effect, suffix effect. We'll do an OR. Set is poison. Use it is poison to determine if we want a potion or poison base. And then grab a random array item and set that as our chosen potion base. Okay, we have that. Now we should be able to pretty easily just grab the row names. We know if it's a prefix or suffix. We'll do chosen prefix, chosen suffix, this is our prefix effect, so we'll get a random array item, set chosen prefix, then do the same thing but for suffixes. And then lastly, all we should have to do is combine these. The potion base, prefix, suffix, append, space, insert, space of suffix. Set working potion name. Pretty it up. Do a return node. Okay, that handles 2 effects. Any more than 2, this is where it gets a little bit more complicated. Although a lot of this can be just copied over, or we can dive back into it. Alright. Okay, grab the effects. We need to for each loop through these. break, I'll need an array of integers. These will be vect tiers. And we're simply going to start by adding them. After that's done, we need to see if the length... No, we don't care about length. We need to go through and sort them. Will sorting the integer array do it from highest to lowest? We'll do descending order. Yeah, the only problem is though that won't fix the tiers or the indices. So what I would need to do actually is because I can fuck with the, I can sort the effect tiers, but that won't tell me which indices were moved around. I could just pull the max of integer array. And that will pull the index. Chosen effect indices. We're gonna get, we're gonna add, I'm gonna do a for loop that we run twice. This will make sense. I promise. So the first time we run it, we're going to find the maximum of the tiers. Now, there might be a duplicate in here, very possible. This should just grab the first one. I could even just randomize the array in the first place, just to give it a little bit of extra variety. So, can I just mix it up? Is there a way to... I think there's a way to do it. Array. Shuffle. So first we're going to shuffle the array. That way if there are identical ones, we don't automatically just say that the first effect that's found with the highest tier is always going to be the one that is put on the potion. So we'll do a shuffle first. Yeah, but we run into the same issue then. We run into the same issue with... We don't shuffle this array, we'll shuffle the effects array. That way we shuffle it before we even make the tiers, and that way the indices won't be fucked up. Okay, now we can loop through the shuffled tiers. We randomly choose the maximum indice, or the value, and then we save the index. Hey Casper, how you doing today? And then we will remove from effect tiers the index that was chosen. So we'll remove index. That way when it runs again, we know that we're not getting a duplicate. Tired a bit, need to get that 8 hours sleep. Well, thankfully it is Friday. Hopefully you can make it through the day and then relax a bit. Okay, so we should have our chosen tiers now. What we're gonna do is I think I will copy this. This should be reworkable. Grab the random. Remove that index. Second iteration of your project? Yeah, send it over. But one request. Don't set the value to 100. Okay, played at night? Okay. God damn it. Yeah, I suck with horror games. They fucking scare the shit out of me. Probably why I'm the best person to test your horror game, isn't it? And then what we can do is just grab the only index left and set that as the suffix index. I'm gonna test if it is scary. It is. God damn it. Set it on Discord close to 60. Okay. Also, make sure to pass on my fiance's name to your girlfriend. Do it. Do it. Prefix index. Suffix index. Break, break. There we go. We have our prefix, we have our suffix. Except... no, that should be fine. And then what we could do is jump down here into the is poison. And I think everything else will be okay. Yeah. And if it all works correctly, that should generate a random potion name based on the effects that we put on the potion. And we're Gucci. Too occupied by writing the book? No worries. The ADHD focus, but don't worry. We've been sick. I hope that you guys aren't sick. Me and my fiance, we got a cold, and we're just starting to get over it. We're close to being sick. I'm going to do something I don't usually do, and I'm going to comment this function. Isn't that crazy? Wild. No effects exist, just output dirty water. Or take a bit. Maybe you did get it, I don't know. I got a sore throat first day, and then I just had stuffy nose and some coughing. Just a light. Oh, my fiance, she had a fever, a very light fever. I didn't have a fever. I don't know what happened. I feel mostly better today, though. Check if there's only one effect on the potion. We'll do check if there's more than one effect on the potion. That way you think, okay, so if it's true, we go straight forward. You sent it to me too, did you? Did I miss it? Oh, yeah, I did miss it. Okay. All right. I'll take care of it. Okay. If only one effect exists, choose if it's detect if it's poison or not. To select proper base term. Then randomly choose if it'll be a prefix or suffix, and then randomly choose proper prefix, suffix to use. If we only have two effects, randomly choose which one is prefix and which is suffix. Check if potion has more than two effects. Shuffle array to add some variety. This way we don't always choose first effect that is highest tier. Put all tiers into an array. Grabs highest tier in array, then removes that index. Does this once more to grab two highest tier effects without duplication. Randomly choose which effect will be prefix and which will be suffix. Okay. Determine if in either effect is a poison. Grab potion base based on whether the chosen effects were poison. Grabs prefix. Grabs suffix. Builds and outputs string. Okay, we'll see if that works. I have it already hooked up, so we should just be able to jump into the game, get some random potions, and see if they match up with what they should be. Well, the names are very long. I can attest to that. Concerning tincture of restore health. Looks correct to me. Incapacitating toxin of nothing. I remember now, it's because if one of the, oh, he started streaming. Dude, nice. How's it working out for you? If one of these is poison, we actually just need to remove the effect completely. Like, we won't have a suffix in that case. So that's something we need to fix. Essence fortifying brew of freezing. Invisibility filter of hiding. Why did it choose invisibility twice? That's another bug. Draft of cure disease. Dirty water. Poison. Should just say poison. Dirty water, protecting dram of health fortification. Okay, so we almost have this working. We just have a couple of issues. I really wonder what happened here. Bloody filter of hiding. It should have removed that index. We'll take a look. Ugh. Poison, poison, poison. Mostly for playing indie games with some pressure to play them, to have my gameplay video, and well, maybe even person to talk with. Have you started already? Like, were you streaming? Because I can hook you up into our streams and videos section. We'll talk about it. Played Arctic Eggs. I don't know that game. If either effect is a poison. We need to do this first. Hey, Sujinakuma. Just join the stream right now. Congratulations. You are 2 hours late. Missed the chance to tell you whilst you had Discord open. Appreciate it. If potion is poison, use different baselines. Also remove poison from effects for calculation. Yeah, we need to do that first. Okay, so this is slightly off base. We were typing, well, you couldn't have typed the message in that channel anyway. Yeah, we're randomizing the potion names, and it's almost working. There's just a couple of issues. For each loop. Yeah, we'll do this. For each loop, break equal to poison set is poison to true and use the index to remove in which case I will also do then I'll change this into a for each loop with break so we don't cause a problem. Although I could also do a for loop, whatever, we'll just do a for each loop with break. There's two ways I could have solved this. Actually, if you want to be hooked to Discord, simple gameplay streams, but later may stream some Lighthouse development. Can you post messages in this channel, in that channel? If you have access to writing in that channel, you could always just post it yourself. That way you can determine, oh, am I doing a Lighthouse stream? Okay, then I'll post it. If not, then maybe you don't want to. What's the channel? It's the streams and videos channel. You cannot, okay. Okay, you can do it now. I was thinking, Casper, maybe this is a little bit of ego talking, right? So tell me if it is. With how fast I can prototype things, I feel like I would be pretty damn good in a game jam. But I've never done one, so. One day. Okay. So now that we have this, we've determined that that's a poison. We've removed that index from being in the calculation. Determine if poison is one of the effects. If so, we remove that index and tell the naming calc to use poison base names. I do game jams, as I did a couple of hackathons, like game jams about software, not games, and I don't like implementation of that idea. There are a lot of implementations of game jams that I'm not a fan of. Not all of them, but I'm not a big fan of the. It's subtly reinforcing crunch culture. I don't like game jams where you're enticed and rewarded to stay up for as long as possible and ruin your health just to make a game really fast. Game jam should be an in-person thing, but even in-person ones will do that too. Just meant to work on it in person. Not bring it home. I mean, that too. I think that if a company itself handles the game jam well, and I think that Jagex does a pretty good job with this. So for old school RuneScape, they do a game jam every year, and they take a whole week off of developing the game to do a game jam during office hours, in office, not from home. And they split up into small teams and they work on something that may end up becoming part of the game later. Actually, I'm in Poland last 40 hours and nobody's going to sleep for that time. Yep. I've been there. It's pretty cool, but it's like you're just destroying your health to make a game. And for people who are new to game development, I think it can have a negative impact on how they view expectations within the industry. Let me think here. We need to refactor this a little bit because poison is for sure part of that. The issue is that poison might have been the only effect on there. So we needed to then ask ourselves again, hey, was that the only effect? Okay, I have an idea. We're gonna save the poison tier. And if poison was the only effect on there, I'll build its own string for the tier of poison that was on there. So get working effects array is empty. Much of my intelligence stems from games and working in games. It's the best game engine to make a game in a couple of months. Like 6 months. That depends on what the game is. I mean, I think any engine you could make a game in 6 months, no problem. It just depends what your skill set is and what kind of game you're trying to make. If you don't have any coding experience, Unreal, Game Maker, RPG Maker, roguelike, you have all the skills. Probably you could get a lot of assets, or if it's 2D, you could probably get a lot of assets for that from like Kenny, and you could probably make it in either Redo or there was something I saw. Hold on, let me pull up something. Somebody made a 2D game template for Unreal that will save like a whole bunch of time setting up the project, and I liked it, and I want to share it with you guys. Here it is. This person created a 2D template for Unreal Engine 5. They made it open source and free for everybody.
Games. This means that every time you want to create a new project, you have to spend almost 1 hour changing project settings, importing your sprite sheets, setting up the input system, and much more, which will add up over time and kill your motivation to try out new things with 2D. To solve this problem, I created 3 unique 2D and 2D 3D hybrid templates for you, which you can easily install by just dragging and dropping them into the templates folder. The biggest hurdle.
So I think that's pretty cool. If you're gonna go with Godot, I would recommend using the engine fork. Yeah, I would recommend going with the fork. But why fork? Because I'm not really a fan of what the creators of Godot have done, especially with blocking people from the source. Just a personal thing. It wasn't just community managers, they were also blocking people from the source. And the CEO of Godot also felt the same way. So just a fair warning. By the way, if you guys want this for the templates for Unreal 5, I would recommend getting that, and you'll have free 2D templates that you can get to start out.
2D or 2D 3D hybrid games in Unreal Engine 5 is that there is no starter template for sprite-based games.
Yep.
This means that every time.
And this is great. You just drag and drop them into the folder, and you have 2D side scroller, top down, and oh, this is Paper ZD, side scroller, Paper ZD, top down, then a 2D side scroller template. Pretty cool. If you're looking for 2D art though, The Kenny assets are all free. And he has a whole bunch of sprite packs and whatnot. Tile sets. It's Cult of the Lamb 2D. Isn't Cult of the Lamb 2.5? It's closer to like Don't Starve, isn't it? I miss Don't Starve. You know, I remember when Don't Starve came out, this was all the rage. Everybody was fucking playing Don't Starve. It's like Luma Island, so I'm gonna be honest. Use that link I sent, get the paper ZD template, and just make it in Unreal. I think that you'll have better experience making it in Unreal if you have an engine that was built for 3D. That's just kind of my opinion. I mean, because you have like Octopath Traveler. That was made in Unreal as well. Amazing game. You have good PC. That's true. Two.
That we could realize a world without war.
Shut up.
Harness each traveler's unique path actions to interact with the people of Celestia.
I think this is one of the best implementations of 2.5D that I've seen in
Or take them along
Unreal.
on your travels. Change day to night.
Yeah, this is really well made and it looks fucking beautiful.
Around you. Even the path actions at your disposal will vary. Entreat folks for items.
And is this probably gonna get me blocked? But there's some battle music in Octopath Traveler 2 that goes so fucking hard. This is some of my favorite battle music I've ever heard. I love this shit. But this is definitely going to get me blocked on YouTube because fucking Japanese love to do that. Yeah, this stuff is good, dude. This game has such good music. They even have a really awesome main menu. Something that I want to do for our game actually, which is you can switch between day and night in the main menu. And as you do it, it changes the song, but it's the same song, just in a different... It's really hard to show. I don't know how to put it. Like, you can switch between day and nighttime, and it changes like the song, but it syncs up perfectly. It's kind of crazy. I can't find it. You'd have to find somebody playing the game, and maybe they'll showcase it. Maybe this one. Oh, this is for the first game. Yeah, I can't find it. Whatever. I'm gonna make a video to show my kids of me developing to make them feel inadequate. Now you're being a parent. Okay, so if this is empty, what we want to do is just return poison based on the tier. So we'll do a select. Poison can go up to 5, so let's add a return node. Append. Use case for LLM would be parsing player input and then trying to classify it into some value and not use it to generate responses. Would you use it, Kotspur, in the case of our potions, where you can have any combination of potion effects, which would generate factorial amounts of potential unique responses that you would need to write? You would not use it for that. Okay, we wouldn't have option 0, we would just have option 5 to 1, so we'll do strong, moderate, light. We'll do very strong, weak. Poison output. Output a custom string if the only effect was poison. Don't think it's worth adding text generation from AI to game. The alternative is what we did, which was we generate a response based on the effects that you give. But it does sound a little mechanical. Check if the effects array is now empty after the removal of poison. Yeah, we don't care about the poison anymore. Usually makes dialogue really bad. Players tend to focus on breaking that generator rather than playing game. That's not very performant. But that would require input from the player, right? But this would be input from the game. So we would feed it the information. You would have to have a connection unless you do a self-hosted model, in which they're not perfect. Didn't NVIDIA release a new version of Llama? That was apparently really good. I don't know how fast it is, though. I'm pretty sure the new Llama version is better than ChatGPT now. Yeah, the Llama 370B, I think it was the new one. Nemotron 70B instruct. It's outperforming leading AI systems like GPT-4 and Claude. I don't know what it's outperforming in, though. think that's okay. I need to switch all usages of effects to working effects array. Just to make sure. Okay, I think we're okay. Let's try it again. So let's change the backpack to just output random potions. Just so I can see what it does. Oh, it's not working. Yeah, there's a bug with the loot tables. We'll fix that. Dirty water, druid's toxin. That works. Potion of strength boosting. Defending potion. Defending mixture. Aetherlight draft of health fortification. Stamina fortifying elixir of the hearth. Using a plugin for the radar chart? Yes. I believe it is called radar chart plugin. Something like that. It looks good. Yeah, I think it looks pretty alright. It's a lot of space. It's free? No, but it's very cheap. Let me see if I can find it. This one is 25 bucks. And there's a lot of different types that it comes with. Dreadful tonic of fearfulness. See, this is the issue, is that it's, for some reason, it's choosing the same, it's not removing the index. Why is it not removing the index? It should be. We grab the max. We add it to an array. We add the index of what it found, and then we remove the index. Because effect tiers and working effects array are the same thing. We then get the random. Oh, it's because, you know what? It's going to be grabbing the random one each time. It's going to be grabbing it twice. That's likely the issue. That'll fix it. Sneaky, sneaky, cheeky, breaky. Give me an example of a potion name. Well, I'll show you potion names. We have the Stamina Restoring Dram of Stamina Restoration. Wonderful. That is still also not working. There's a name for you. Do you like that name? Druid's Potion. Druid Sensing Potion of Aether Light. I could force feed it with the same effects just to see if I can get it to recreate this problem again. Restore stamina. Strength boost. Fear. So we'll force feed it those effects and see if we can get it to trip up. I don't know what's happening with it. It shouldn't be able to use the same effect for the prefix and the suffix. And unless I'm, screwing up and using the prefix, I'm duplicating the prefix and suffix somewhere. Chosen prefix, chosen suffix. Which I'm not. I really don't know what's going on with it. So that is why we will add a breakpoint here, and it should be hit every time, and we'll see what's happening. Why is it not? Fuck. Oh, okay, hold on. There we go. I forgot that we pulled from there and then yeah. Fine. Now it'll work. So it should add 212. Which it is. We then grab the highest tier in the array, which it'll search for the first one, so it's going to remove index 0. It's going to run through this again, but now we only have 1 and 2, so it should choose index 1. That's why. That's why we should remove the indices afterwards. Or okay, take care, man. Well, we're actually just gonna set by reference that value. That's the issue. We shouldn't remove the index. We should just set by reference that to like 0. Get a reference, and then set by ref to that. There we go. Because it was removing it, so it was affecting the indice that it was grabbing, so it was kind of like grabbing the wrong indice. And I think that's what it was doing. Get highest tier in array, then removes the index. No, then sets that index's value to 0. Does this once more to grab 2 highest tier effects without duplication. I think that'll work. Adrenaline filter of fear. So strength boost should pretty much be entirely ignored here because we have restore stamina and fear as equal in tier. So it should be like fearful potion of restore stamina, right? But it should only ever talk about stamina and fear. There should never be a duplication of those two, and strength boost should never appear. Fear and stamina. Stamina, fear. Fear, stamina. Stamina, fear. These all look okay. That one's still fucked up. Adrenaline tonic of adrenaline. An adrenaline brew of stamina restoration. Fuck. I thought we were so close. We're so close. One, two, two. So the indices should be 1 and 2. Oh, it's because we're doing. It's the same issue. We did this to fix the issue, but we're calling random twice. God, that's fucking annoying. Oop. I need to change the order of this. I'm gonna grab the index first. And then I'm gonna grab that value at that index. It's just like I need both of these pieces of information. But every time I call random, it's going to get a different one. So I have to do this like back asswards bullshit. To first grab the index that we want. Grab the item at that index. Then remove the index. And then we can do what we need to do. And now I think it'll be okay. Stamina, fear. Fear, stamina. Fear, stamina. Stamina, fear. Fear, stamina. All of these look okay. Yes. We finally have it. Okay. We do have an issue though, which is I set the weight of random ingredient to 0, which means it shouldn't be rolled, but it still is. So something weird is going on with the loot. If the weight's 0, we could just remove it from loot table entries. I wonder if that would cause any problem though. I don't think it would. Because we set the local variable, but we never call the original. Random integer. We'll try it. If it's not equal to 0, add it to there, otherwise remove the current index. Seems to be working. Alright, let's rehook back up then the randomized potion. We'll generate a bunch more and see if we can trip it up and cause some problems. Poison of paralyzation. Okay, so that's working. Sluggish elixir. Filter of debilitation. Dirty water. Health fortifying mixture. Essence dram. Adrenaline mixture. Tonic of fire element of the fire elemental. Health restoring potion of the strong man. Buoyancy brew of fortify health. Poison curing elixir of the strong man. Stamina fortifying mixture. Invisibility potion. Toxin of despair. Tonic of druid sense. These sound pretty okay. Adrenaline potion of strength boosting. It should be poison. This one is wrong. Poison is on that potion. It should say adrenaline poison of strength boosting. Icy dram of healing. Concussing potion. Do we have any others with poison? Buoyancy toxin. See, this one is correct. So we still have one problem with the poison. I don't know why. Remove index. Is it possible there's still one case down here that we're using the wrong array? I don't see it. It's because we're still running this code. We don't need to run this code anymore. That's the reason. All of this so people can have some more immersively named potions. But I think that's kind of fun. Toxin of Aetherlight. We need to look for one that has poison along with other things. Okay, this just has poison. You can see moderate poison. That's the custom naming coming into play. Heating Toxin of Fortify Health. It's working. That's certainly a weird potion, but weak poison. It is working. It is working. That's awesome. Stamina Fortifying Poison of Lethargy. Okay, the only other issue is that I don't like how you can see the strings here are having some problems. So I think what we'll do is we could dynamically change the size of the text and push it to 2 lines. So now that we have this out of the way, let's work on that. Who did that? How you doing, Chokes? What a way to make an entrance. Was one of your potions? Yeah, the gas effect. It was the beans potion. Where's the loot slider? Here it is. Wrap text. What is the actual size though on screen? It's like 380. 380 minus something. $380 minus 50 minus 60. So 270. So what we could do is wrap text at, let's say, 260. But I'd want to dynamically scale the text if it's too long. Or we could institute a character limit. Let me see what this looks like to start. The issue is that potion names are too long, and it's very likely that we'll have other names that are too long. Okay, 2 lines is not bad. It can actually just barely fit. Those two, though there might be some that are still a bit longer. Yeah, see, see the, it like makes, it like stretches this in a really awkward way. You can see it here. I can actually fix that. I don't actually mind it necessarily. I just need to fix how this is set up. Height override. Yeah. I don't mind if it stretches the text box. I do mind if it stretches the other elements. So what this should do by changing that height override to a static 50, it should fix those issues. So that the icon and the amount that you obtain remain the same, but the box will stretch to allocate the text. And it seems to be working. I need one of the 3-line ones though, which is, it's pretty rare that that would happen, but it can happen. May contain untold riches or dick. Nice. Now we're thinking with portals. I can't generate one of the 3-line motherfuckers. It's annoying. Oh, we got one. Yeah, see, so that's how it'll look if it's got 3 lines. One thing I don't like, however, is that I don't think there's enough space here in the padding. I'm gonna switch it to 10. And then we'll bump the text wrapping down to 250. Okay, that looks good. I like that. I wanted to add a randomized potion name to the potion finishing screen. This should be really easy to do. I'm going to widen this a bit. And I'm going to increase the character validation limit up to, let's just double it for now to 70. And I think I'll put an icon here, actually. Like a randomized button. Be randomized. I don't have like a... I need like a dice icon. With transparency. That'll work. Okay, no padding. I need this to be scrunched. I can tint it black as well. I'd like for the button to be scrunched up a bit. Why is it stretching? Why is it stretching? There we go. There's normal padding. I wouldn't mind putting some padding on it inside. We'll do 5 and then we'll lower the image down to 45. Actually, if there's 5 on each side, that means we need to lower it down to 40, don't we? And then I'll do left padding on the whole thing. Give some space. Or not left padding on that, I'll do right padding on this. That should work, right? Be randomized. Image. I don't need this image to be a variable. On released, we'll do the randomization. And There's one other thing. Oh god, what was the other thing? Tooltip. Tooltip. I wanted a tooltip. On construct, create widget, text tooltip, don't know if we had a function for the text tooltip, or if I got really lazy and I just added a I just changed T text. Yeah, I did. Alright. Randomize name. Git B randomize. Set tooltip widget. Should work. I'll just check if the button is there to start with, and the tooltip is working properly. Yeah. That is the limit. Although this is gonna look really silly on the... It didn't. We'll figure that out too. We'll get the text wrapping on that. I don't know why I didn't wrap the text on this though. Ugh. I'm gonna wrap this with another border. With that black outline. Okay, the good thing is, this should be really simple. We're just gonna call randomize potion name after first grabbing the current potion data. Which this is a very dirty way to grab this, but just don't look at it. And then you don't have to think about it. And there, it should work. Yeah, should I wrap text on the inventory potion panel? We should. Okay, that should work. Although I don't know why the loot slider was borking out when it should have been extending. It was kind of weird too when the... What am I thinking of? Oh, it's, you know what it probably is? It's not per character wrapping. It needs to be per character wrapping, but I don't know how we can do that. If we can do that. Allow per character wrapping. Yes. Although I'd really only like to do that if it's too long. It says if a word is too long, so we'll see. And I should also do that within this panel too. Well, it should work, so let's just make a potion, a real potion. Of like restore and fortify health or something. Or whatever. Doesn't matter. Perfect. Healing brew of fortify health. Healing health fortifying tincture of restore health. Essence restoring potion of health fortification. Although I don't like how the size of that is changing. We'll fix that. But it is working. Healing mixture of fortify health. It is pretty redundant, isn't it? We see it appear there. The wrapping looks correct. We see it in here. There doesn't need to be wrapping because it's not terribly long. I'll just make a potion. Technically, this should just output dirty water. Now it's perfect. Okay, so that's working perfectly. It's falling back. And this should too. Although I would like it to be centered, and it's not centered. I think because I centered this, but I didn't center justify the text. Now it's fixed. Okay. Now we're good. Health fortifying dram of invisibility. Visibility dram of fortify health. Am I bright? Is the light coming in and fucking with the sensitivity? Does this help? Does that help at all? I could move the... Hold on. Here's what I'll do this too. it better? Awesome. So now you do not even need to name your potions. Uh-oh, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, I'll put the hat back up for you. That is a bit of a problem on the tooltip, on the hotbar. Let's fix that. We need for the hotbar to not auto extend if the hotbar text box is expanded. I think that will solve it. I mean, I should be wearing the hat today, to be honest. Okay, that works. Beautiful. Well, that's awesome. That means that everything that we wanted to do with the randomizing is working correctly. Now I think we just need to place some loot around the world and give them some loot tables. That should be perfect. I do wish we had more potion models, though. Although I do have potion models. I don't know what they look like or how to use them, but maybe we can work on that today. How do we do this? I will load up the overview map. And we'll take a look. Give it a second for the shaders. Still waiting. Okay, I think that's all the shaders. So you can see here we have the liquids. Pretty cool. They are fully customizable in terms of coloring. And here's what it will look like. So they are reactive to rotational and movement inputs. Different viscosities, meaning like thickness. You can see how they move with acceleration. Rotation, This will also be cool when you're like holding a potion in your hand and you're gonna throw it. As you move, we should be able to slosh that around. I think I can also use this pack for the cauldron, for when you drop items in, we'll see. Works with physics, as you can see here. That's pretty cool. And you can even pour them out. And fill them up. Pretty cool. That looks really nice. Yeah, I think it'll look good. Oh! I got stuck. So I don't know how we set this up though. Like, what is this? Just a static mesh? Is it a static mesh bottle? And then a Niagara effect. Within it. Wonder how that's set up that way. Oh, I see. There's a Niagara system asset, P liquid, use prereqs, allow scalability. And then you can set the parameters here. Kinda wish it was easier to see that one though. Let's modify this one. I don't know how you set that up though. How do you put a Niagara particle system component on a static mesh without making a blueprint? Oh, you can just add stuff to it. What? That doesn't make it a interesting. I mean, I could still make a blueprint for it, right? It's not really the end of the world. I think I have to tell which mesh to use. There we go. Wait, is that the right one? Oh no, it's, wait. Yeah, that's the right one. Wait, so bottle, and bottle liquid are two separate things. Do we not want to use... Hold on. Let me use this bottle. It just kind of looks weird. It looks like the liquid is coming out of it. Ever so slightly. Why is that? I see. I see how it works. So each mesh has an outer bottle. And the mesh that it uses is this smaller one, which fits the inside. So you want to put the bottle down, the bottle, and then the liquid should be using the bottle liquid mesh, which can perfectly fit inside of this bottle. I see now, that makes sense. So like this is the mesh that it's using for the liquid, which should be just like smaller. Although it doesn't really look like it, does it? Well, that's how it works anyway, so. And I can't even select it now. GG. Whatever, I get it. I figured it out. Although I don't know how they added the stopper. Oh, it's a separate static mesh. Specifically for that. So wait, if I... Out of curiosity. We have this, right? What if I take the stopper out? Okay, it does not pour. I thought it might not. But there's something else that enables the pouring. And I do not know what it is. Okay, that is a separate blueprint. Maybe it cannot be visualized in editor. It has to be done when simulating. We'll assume it's working. Okay, I kind of get it now. So we can use these as... Can I make Estus Flask? I don't know if I have the right bottle for it. Let me see. And I don't really have a good bottle that fits the shape. It's more like one of these, but it's more like this shape without the handle, of course. I'm looking at it here. What is the flask that... Elden Ring uses? The Crimson Tears. And that one's got like the large snout too. But if we assume that this is the right one, we add the Niagara system. Uses fluid. I don't see it. We change like the colors of it. Multiple materials. It's kind of like this, but more yellowish, right? Yeah, for right now, this is like the closest one I have for it. Yeah, it's pretty cool, and like the water sloshes around and everything, the liquid. I'll probably make a separate blueprint for this. And change like the viscosity too, so it doesn't slosh around as easily. Be a little bit too viscous, isn't it? Pretty cool though. And I think that it would, or no, it doesn't have physics, but we can give it physics. Pretty cool. I like it. I like it. So what we can do is we can use that for like the potion meshes, or we can at least, based on the potion data that you can collect and the icon that it has, we can change the mesh to be one of these new potions based on that icon. So we do store all of these in a data table. So what I'll do is I'll expand that data table. I think it's here, to have a mesh that matches up with that icon. Or at least like a blueprint. And that way when you're placing potions that the player can find out in the wilderness like this, and you select the icon, it will change to match the icon as well as we can, right? We can always change the icons here too to match what we have available to us, because they are maybe not the most, they're not the most available in all cases. We'll see. Let's start first with making some blueprints for them. Potions. I need a base class. So we'll do BP potion. No. Like, I can put down a static mesh. Yeah, the static mesh component doesn't have a... I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Is the way that you build them out in the world, or at least they did this in the demo map, was to have a static mesh and then add another static mesh component and a Niagara particle systems component. Okay. However, BP collectible potion has a static mesh built into this. I don't know if there's a way to build that kind of static mesh base. Because if I just try to make a new static mesh actor, well, maybe. Let's see here. Poiton. I don't think that's how you spell potion. Yeah, it's better. Like, here I could do it. Poutine. Bottle 1. Static mesh to this would be the stopper 1. And then the Niagara system bottle liquid 1. And then we'd want that sickly green color. However, does this work as a static mesh? It does not. It's probably an instant static mesh. It is not. I could leave the static mesh empty for this BP collectible and then just add in the custom child blueprint. Or I could dynamically spawn this in okay, let's try this. Icon, texture 2D, potion, bottle, potion stopper, liquid. This is a static mesh. Static mesh. And the liquid is what? I don't know what kind of acid type it is. It's just a material instant, okay. Probably should use soft object references, to be honest. They should all be. You're taking a lot of notes on this one, huge cookie, huh? Bottle liquid. And we'll do that green liquid for now. So what should happen is on collectible potion, we want to get static mesh, actually get potion data, break. We will do a function in the function library. Match potion icon with row name. Is going to take a texture 2D reference and output just the F name. Or we could change this to get potion icon row, and then we'll output the whole row. Get data table row names for potion icons. For each. Get data table row. And if icon is equal to icon, we will simply output that row. Get potion icon row. And then we want to set static mesh equal to the potion bottle. We can see it being built here. We can do it dynamically together. You guys can watch it. It unfolds. We then need to create... Actually, I could just add static meshes. What I could do is add a static mesh as the child. Can't rename this. I can rename this to stopper. Set static mesh. We see the stopper. And we want to set the liquid. What is that called? It's called just Niagara system asset. Set system. System. I don't know what the term for it is. Oh. Set Niagara system asset. The wrong data type? Yes, it is. Why don't I have a beard? A really weird question. Because I can't grow much facial hair. Bit of a twink. It's like, what is it called in this? It's part of like a custom user parameter material. I need to set a user parameter. Set a Niagara variable material. In variable name material object and I need to add one more thing. I'm going to add the liquid mesh. Liquid mesh. Static mesh. And this is bottle liquid 01. Thank you for that. Please don't do that. And I need to set Niagara Set Niagara variable, it is a static mesh. The variable name is just mesh. And I'm going to squeeze that in right here. What are we making? I'm making the dynamic potions based on our new visual effects pack. When you want to place a potion out in the world, or eventually when you want to have potions to throw. Why is that not working? Where's the mesh? Where is it? Let me try placing a new one down. Oh, there we go. So the function library needed updating. And now it works. And that should simulate physics. We'll double check. Beautiful. Although the scene route is not moving with it. The FPS is dropping. I don't think it's dropping because of that. It's always been a bit low because my CPU is poo-poo. But I don't think that the ocean itself would be causing it to be worse. We can spawn a bunch in and see. Like yesterday? Pretty similarly, yeah. Yeah, we'll just see if 50 work. I'm not really happy with the default scene route not sticking with the... I need to talk to Cusper about that. Do you want to hold the potion in hand when selecting the inventory? Yes. That will be the eventual goal. In which case it will react to the sloshing. Make that today? I don't think I'll make that today. That will be part of our milestone though here with potion combat. They're working though. And they should glow a little bit. Illuminate the ground. Also, I need to remove collision with the player. Or modify the player's collision a little bit. Which I thought I did. To prevent issues like that. But maybe I forgot to. I did not. Okay. Basically just add some box collision at the bottom there. And instead of it getting caught underneath the player and causing those issues, it should just push things away. That's a little trick. It didn't work. It might not be low enough. Or the collision presets might be off on it. What is the collision on this? Oh, yeah, that would be it. It doesn't block anything. TCP. Actually, you reminded me, we do need to do that as well. That's a separate issue. Okay. It's kind of working. Kind of working. Kind of not perfectly. Yeah, I can still kind of get fucky, can't it? We do have CCD on the potion. Hmm. Multi-body. We're gonna enable some of this stuff, but only on the player. and see if that helps at all. It's not a big deal. Like, it doesn't cause a bug or crash or anything, so. I could also create separate collision just for the player. I think it's useless on the player. It could be. I'm just checking it. What I could do is make separate collision on the potion, but only for the player. Oh, that's weird. There's no collision on these rocks. That way, like, what the player hits and bumps around is a larger sphere or something, or capsule. But when the potion is rolling on the ground, it isn't like that. It does say, like, well, this one says this is fairly expensive and it should only be enabled on hero objects. I don't know, we'll just take it off for now. We know they exist, so we can always come back. I'll make the potion static mesh ignore... Oh, it does ignore pawn. But what is the player hitting? Because these are both set to pawn types. What is the player hitting then? Probably the stopper. Yeah, it was the stopper. Now they're just not interactable with the player at all. What if we make the stopper ignore the player, but the potion itself will block the player? It's a little bit better, but it can still get pretty fucky. And also, they are falling through the world. They do have the CCD. But it could just be caused from the player collision. Yeah, they already have it. It's on here. The stopper does not, but I don't need the stopper too. So we'll try the alternative. We'll put a capsule collision. We'll make it roughly the size of a bottle. If we can. This capsule will Ignore everything, but block the player, and this static mesh will ignore the pawns. And the NPCs, capsule, block NPC. Which means it should be easier to push around, but because it won't interact with the ground at all. Although I don't see the I'm stepping up on it. Which is kind of annoying. It is there, right? That one won't have CCD, so don't worry. By default, they don't have CCD. And character step up on no. Generate overlap events, no. Physics only, no query collision. They are still getting yeeted. But they don't yeet the player as much now. They're still getting yeeted right through the floor. No! Is it because this is doing... the physics collision? I don't think we needed to do physics, but we just needed to... Let me try this. Big scam. They still kind of yeet the player. They're definitely better. How can we prevent them from getting yeeted? CCD is helping. I mean, it's not that big of a deal anyway, is it? I could try to put some linear dampening. I could try to put some dampening on the potion so that it can't go flying as far, or increase the mass. Though it will still have a problem. Also, I don't necessarily want to increase the mass because it would be cool if we could make them buoyant in the water. And if they're too heavy, then they won't react properly. It really does take a lot to bump them completely underneath the level, to be honest. I'm dying. I think we just live with it. Or at the very least add some dampening. Some damping, not dampening. But a little goes a long way with damping. The problem is if we give them a lot of linear damping, they won't fall as fast either. Like if I give them 0.5, they're gonna fall slowly. Even though it could help prevent some of the crazy movements, right? At least on individual level. But if they do get yeeted, they're just gonna kind of... It's not really gonna help it. No, I think we just live with the fact that they will be yeetable. Or make this capsule collision the actual collision for it. I don't know if I like that though. I don't know how to feel about that. If it becomes a problem, we'll look into solutions. Or a prototype. This is the definition of a waste of time. Although they should float now. If it's working. Oh. Why is it doing that? Shouldn't these not be used in flux data? Oh yeah, we do need the flux data and interaction. That's right. We do need those two. And I can hide those from the... Where's tags? Not that tag. This tag. Flux hide. They do not float. They do not float. The buoyancy not strong enough or something? Where's the beach ball? Whatever I used in here for the buoyancy was really nice. Oh, and why aren't they being buoyant? They shouldn't be like too heavy or anything. Are they even triggering the buoyancy? Is it because they're set to ignore water surface as a collision? Potentially? No, because this is 2. Weird. Physics body. I don't think the trace response would be necessary. It should be buoyant. They're just sinking. Hold on. Fluid flux document. Goddamn fluid flux. It's always fluid flux. Causing problems. Show me your buoyancy, you bitch. Where is it? Oh, of course, the documentation doesn't even mention it. So you just have to figure out why it's not working. Which is weird because the beach balls are working properly. The boat's working properly. Maybe they're just too small or something? There's nothing crazy here. They're just sinking. Make one big and test. Yeah, I can do that. No, they're just, I don't know. Just poof. It's like it's not even reading back. One of the traces must be fucking up or something. Show me these bitches. Ignores everything, blocks pawn and NPC. The stopper. Looks fine. Like the beach ball just has default physics actor. Maybe it's like it's because it's not generating hit events or something. Or overlap events, maybe. Let me try it. Like maybe it's not sending that data back. No, that's not it. It does have 2 tags for interaction and buoyancy owner. Are those absolutely necessary? No. Mass 900? What, on the boat? I don't know. I don't know about the boat. I didn't make the boat. Beach ball 7.5 kilograms. You like that? Here, we'll set them to 100 just to see what happens. It's kind of weird because it's because the player is so heavy, and when the player just provides input, you're basically like a moving train because nothing is pushing the player back. So you sometimes make things a bit heavier than they need to be, just to prevent the player being a moving train from absolutely yeeting everything into just the end of the world. Well, now they had some read back. They're sinking. But at least now it's working as it should. I need them to float, though. Well, it looks fine except that it is very, very off. Let me see something. Yeah, it's way too big. I don't know why. But I want to see where the root is. I'm wondering if it's just interacting with this. Let me see. Let me draw this in game. Because I don't think it has anything to do with the buoyancy root, which is right at the center of that cube. I think it's just the size of the pontoon. Because I forgot that I changed it back to default. That was my bad. Pontoon radius. That was the white sphere. Can it not be smaller than a certain amount? Again, the lackluster documentation of fluid flux, not even mentioning any of that. Just in absolute classic fashion. It's triggering and then it's just going poof. And then they're just falling. Sphere in comparison to the weight, it might be. I don't even know where they went. Wait. Okay. I think some values were a little bit too extreme there. Yeah, it just bounced right to the sky. I don't know what the fuck happened. This is me trying to understand physics. Don't look at that. So annoying. Okay, I'm okay with that. Let's just bump down the mass a bit here. Fluid Flux doesn't like the potions. I think I just don't know how to use Fluid Flux, but it's not my fault because the documentation literally says nothing about this. It says nothing. There ain't dick in the documentation about doing this. Stop it! Stop sinking, you fucks! You stupid! I'm wasting so much time on this. It's so such a fucking waste. Why? Why can't you just float? Just stop sinking. Just don't do it. It's time to stop. I think you waste, but there are things that make a game at the end from good to perfect, in my opinion. That's fair. I mean, I'm just angry, okay? Take a step back. No, now I finish it. That is pretty fucking funny. I mean, I need them to bounce. I just don't need them to... I don't know. I don't know what I need. Think it's too much? Like that just applies some initial drag to prevent them from falling. The issue is that the pontoons are not floating. Or it's not pulling them up enough because maybe their size. So I lowered their density to like 1/1000th that of water. They're literally lighter than air. Like way, way, way lighter. What is the density of air? One eighth hundredth that of water. So these are, it's literally lighter, the pontoons are lighter than air. It should be pulling them up. They're 1/10,000th. So you think, okay, you're 1/100th. You're 100 times lighter than air. Why are you not pulling this motherfucker up? It's not even that heavy. It's 0.5 kilograms. Like, it just doesn't pull it up. Is it because something else on there is really heavy, like the stopper? No, because it's not even simulating physics. It's not even part of it. We changed density, but still have much weight. It doesn't care. I don't think the density is mattering at all. I think it's doing some weird bullshit calculations. Somehow increasing the density makes them less dense. I was lowering the density because yeah, it's reverse density. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking stupid. Oh, fluid flux being fucking retarded. Wow. Who would have guessed? Oh my god. Fluid flux. And do you know where this is explained in the documentation? Surprise, surprise. Absolutely nowhere. That's why I gave this plugin 2-star review. A little... I'm gonna go play with them. I'm gonna go play with them, bump into them, just see how they feel. I did solve it. It doesn't yeah, you're right, it doesn't wiggle enough. There might be some damping being applied to it that I gotta check. A little bit of damping though is desirable. Would you still recommend fluid flux even though the documentation is bad? Only under very, 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 very specific circumstances. Like if you have an island. My god, I can yeet them. I think it's because they're really light. Look at that, dude, I can launch them. Holy shit. I'll fix the mass. Don't worry, I'll fix the mass. I can launch. Fuck, that's so great. I kind of want to keep that, but it's a little bit too much. What is the weight of glass bottle with water? I don't know what that means. Where's the airspeed velocity with on lane as well? 0.5. Let's just set it to like 3 kilograms. The heavy potion. First off, do they float? They do float. Hey, Tape Drive Games. Welcome, welcome. How's your Friday? Interacting with the beach ball, fine. I'll turn off the debug for the buoyancy. And my collisions. We'll go play with him. Stream name loot I got a little bit sidetracked, admittedly. I'm making my potions float in water. I kind of got sidetracked. Make the density dependent on the filling quantity. That would be nice. We could do that. I think that is very, very possible. Do they still get yeeted is the question. Nice graphics, thank you. They're purchased assets, because I'm not an artist. Can still yeet them. Oh, they do. They really do get yeeted. Needs more drag. What it needs. This is just a prototype, so all the assets will be replaced during production. There's pontoon drag. There's also base drag. Can I just boost up the drag? And maybe that'll make him more likely to just kind of be pushed out of the way. Hold on a sec. Maybe it's like density and it's reversed. You have hand-painted graphics, so using even placeholder assets is a pretty limited option. Hand-painted. That's not the drag we want. That is not the drag we want. What do your graphics look like? What's your game? I'll steal the idea, and then I'll sell it for $1 million. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. What a name. Let's go. You are accurate. You are very accurate to your name. I love it. We have potions in the water. Here's the thing though, I increased drag to 5 and they just bounce. Like that's too much drag. I need them to actually have some damping effect in the water, but I don't want them to be damping when not in the water. Because I can boost this up to, I don't know, like a ton. Wardens of Chaos, there's a demo on Steam. Left since Steam Next Fest. The new Assassin's Creed is... Wait. Oh, wait, that was the last one. I was like, wait, they're doing another one? This feels so old school. Like, Might and Magic. I fucking love it. I like your sprites, though. Yeah, I like this a lot. It is inspired by Might and Magic, dude. You're bringing up some old memories. Nostalgia unlocked. Oh, dude, this looks like exactly as if you were wandering into a Might and Magic village, which people don't know. Let me pull up like Blood and Honor or something. I feel exactly as if I've just stumbled into a Might and Magic village. It's so great. And yeah, the Tetris inventory. I know it's controversial. I love it. I love Tetris inventory. This looks awesome. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna play this on the weekend. And you're doing this all in Unreal as well. Yeah, doing inventory Tetris in Unreal. What do you do for the grid? Don't tell me that these are each individual widgets. I don't even want to know what you did for it. I'm scared just at the thought. You had an idea for elves. Specifically, elves are actually wasp swarms that puppet hives that they have merged modified workers into. What are you even saying? Amakira, how much have you smoked today? They're not individual widgets. I'm really curious how you did that. Like, you've got drag and drop, but how do you position these? Yeah, I'm blanking. I've done a lot of stuff with UI, but I'm just blanking at how you might even start to do this. I need to get from new Sorpigal demo. I know that there are some plugins you can get for inventories, but I don't know if any of them allow for Tetris. But now I'm curious. Now I'm very curious, but I really like your game. I'm glad that you showed it to me. Each cell is 56 pixels. Grid is calculated. I was wondering if you maybe just do it if you detect the mouse position on drop or the drop position. And maybe move things like that, but I don't know. I added some linear dampening to the potions, but I don't like this effect. I think it'll actually be quite bad. Especially because there's already some damping that happens with the... I don't like that. You can still yeet them into the air, but it's not as bad. But the problem is the linear dampening is going to make it feel like it's filled with a little bit of helium or something, or air. I don't like that. It's gonna feel like a beach ball, and it works with a beach ball because you know that's how a beach ball should behave. Yeah, I don't know. Eject mouse position for geometry, then recalculating it to a cell. Problems with dampening when I throw item from my inventory. Thank you for the follow, Tape Drive Games. Do you stream as well, by the way? Do you stream development? Or are you just checking out some dev streams on the company account? Usually don't stream, okay. Stop playing with the beach ball. I have work to do. It's just the beach balls are so addictive to play with. The animals play with them too. He was like, ah, it's too far away. Not worth it. The ball does roll. I don't know where the moth went. Where did the... Oh, he's over here playing with it. There he goes. Boink. He's gone. He's having his fun. You're not an artist, and I think people will be bored to look at constantly sitting in C++ code. I'm a designer. I feel the same way. Like, oh, I'm working on the GDD today. Fun. And then I get sidetracked playing with potions and balls. Whatever. I'll take the damping off, and you know what? If you want to yeet the potion into the sky, I guess we can allow it. Or we can say if the potion is in the water, which I think we can detect. I think we could update the damping. Let me see what it looks like if these are underwater. Like the Subnautica style plants. It does kind of feel a bit Subnautica-y with the collecting ingredients down here. Ignore the translucent materials causing problems with the water surface. I'm going to try to replace those. I don't like that. That's the only problem with that is the translucent cloud cards and particle effects. But like you, I'm not an artist. I don't know how the fuck to fix it, so it's a prototype, whatever. I'll let the future art director deal with that problem. How does that look with the damping? It's all right. I don't know. The heckin' awesome prototype. Well, thank you. Normally when you make a prototype, you don't want to fill in any of the assets. It's not needed. You're just trying to test the gameplay and find any unknown unknowns. Determine what you need to budget and how much time you're going to need to develop the game. But because I'm streaming it and because I don't have a concept artist to, you know, mock up some art, this is the best thing I can do to sell the general view of the game to the publisher. Like, hey, we want this kind of style of graphics. Vibrant, bright. And I think it makes it look better for streaming too. That moth play with it. Yeah, they will bump the ball back. And if you manage to keep the ball in the air for 10 hits, there is something very magical that happens. I can bump it up into the air here. I need to... Ooh, okay. There we go. Beautiful. FBI, open up! No. Calm down, FBI. It's not what you think. Who did that? Smells terrible. Too much sulfur in your diet. Okay, can I... Is there an easy way to just transmit whether or not it's in the water? I don't know if I can. There's the flux data component. Is... in editor... But I transmit back to it that it's in the water and that it's active. Where are these components? Well, it's just whether or not it's active. Okay, what I could do just as a quick test. I'm only curious because what will happen is that if I put the damping on these normally, they're gonna look really weird if they fall off from like a cliff or something. So if I could just update the buoyancy based on whether or not actually not terrible. Hold on a sec. Having a little bit of damping on it kind of makes it cartoonish, I guess. Let me just plop one of these up here, see what happens. Hey, calm down. I think it'll end up looking a little bit ridiculous though. Oh, or it will just... Oh, yeah, see, it's like... It just looks bad. Can I update the damping? Set linear damping. What is the default damping? 0.01. Can I detect is any rigid body awake? Static mesh. That way, if it's sleeping, we don't update the damping. Should help a little bit. We'll see if it works. I mean, if it doesn't, if it's causing too much performance problems, then we'll just fix it. Not a big deal. The collision on that's wonky. That's why it does that. Doesn't look like it's updating it. Where's the buoyancy component? Oh, because that's not what we want to check on here. I don't think I can grab any... I could. Update. Buoyancy cache is simulating physics. Where can we actually detect if it's in the water or not? I think it would be whether or not, wait, volume and fluid. Let's see here. Where is the potion? And then we'll get back to loot tables, which we mostly have finished by now. Working well. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. So it does run here. So what we'll do is move all of this just a bit over. B is in water. Actually, I'm gonna put it before the branch. And just base it off of this boolean. Thank you, Goku. Thank you very much, Velma, for the Kamehameha. So that should mean...
Wake up.
Thank you, Joe. I mean, when it's falling, it doesn't have any damping. Oh, I lost sight of it. Hold on. I think it went too fast. Yeah, and then once it hits the water, then we apply the damping. So I think that'll work. And that will only be if it's actually awake in terms of physics. If it's not, and it's sleeping, snore, then we should be okay. Well, I kind of wish that it didn't fall down. See that? You know what I bet it is? It is loading the potion panel. It's just because I'm using an overlay, I need to tell the others not to be visible. Okay, I can fix that bug. because it's not running hide tooltips, it's running build tooltip, which then sets them individually, but what we need to do is set the others to be invisible, or to be collapsed. Kind of wonky, but it'll work. This will be these three. Today's like we're just finishing up on the loot tables kind of stream. Fixing some bugs because we don't like bugs. Especially if they're causing some problems. All that good stuff. Inventory potion panel. It is a bit awkward. But if we never come back into this blueprint again, we'll never see how messy it is. Top pro development tip of the day. Yeah, okay, that's fixed. Thank you, Huge Cookie. That shouldn't be hiding the second panel, though. Thank you for that. Oh wait, just tooltip, yeah, it needs to be showing the effect border box, but I think we set that, yeah, we do that. Wait, is that correct? Let me check. Yeah, wait. Hold on. We refactored this this widget, so there's a little bit of remnant problems. How are you doing, tooltips? I'm just doing a different widget right now. Although we do have separate tooltips as well for certain aspects. Things like this. Using Unreal's tooltip? I'm using the tooltip widget, but I'm making my own widget. You mean not design? I'm using the one where you set the tooltip widget. If that's what you mean. If it's not, please clarify for me. Okay. That all looks good. Let's place some of this shit around the level. Now that I have floating potions. For some reason. From scratch, not knowing that Unreal has some built-in. I think it took me a long time before I figured out about that too. Because I saw like there were tooltips. This was like many years ago, right? But I didn't know how you created them. And I didn't realize that until later that you had to... Oh wait, I know what you mean. You mean the... I know what you mean. You mean this specific just text tooltip. Like super basic. When you hover over something, it is, where is it? This, the tooltip text, right? What I do is I make my own widget and then set it to be tooltip because I don't like the other text one. So for most things, I use just text tooltip, and then I update the text block and then just add it as. Create a window, got mouse position for controller, and every frame checking mouse position. Oh my god. That sounds like pain. I bet when you realize that there was a built-in one, you're like, oh fuck me. I do that all the time. Yeah, it was pain. I do that all the time with it, because it's like Unreal has so many things that you don't know that it has, and when you realize it has them, you're like, oh shit. That makes my life so much easier. Yeah. But I mean, if it worked, right? For the most part, you just want to be wary of like things that are bound. Like, you know, update text, unbind, because those will run every tick if the widget is visible. If it's collapsed, it won't run. If it's hidden, it will run. So things like in the bottom right, I have like a context sensitive tooltip, depending on what you're looking at. And I use that, I just have that update every tick. Yeah, I had to figure that out the hard way, by the way. You destroy window when not used? That works too. You can build every... Don't hit the ball. Put it in the water where you can't touch it because your nav mesh doesn't go into the water. Bad. Bad animal. Every tick what you read what's under mouse? I don't think that would be too performance heavy. In my opinion. You know, we probably shouldn't be running the crickets if it's storming out, should we? Oh no, it is updating. Okay, it's fine. Never mind. Ooh. Look, it's still reading the moon positional data, even if you're... I could fix that. So the moon is obscured from the clouds, but it doesn't know that when you're swimming. It's not that important. We had a bug incorrectly reporting mouse position depending on parent widget anchor setting. Oh god. I'm not surprised. I think they're looking to replace UMG entirely, right? At some point? Or am I just huffing copium? I might just be huffing copium on that one. Spoon, I haven't seen you all day. Come here, you big, beautiful goblin. Well, actually, he's not that big, but he is a beautiful goblin. Oh, is a slate wrapper? Slate's the main problem? I heard they were looking to replace that, but I might be wrong. Let's stop jumping around. Let's play some loot. I can get rid of this. I don't need this anymore. I will put this backpack where it originally was. Right outside the hut here. Stop updating navigation. Jesus Christ. I get it. I know you need to update navigation. You don't have to do it every 2 seconds. It's so annoying. That'll work. We also had a backpack here that was placeholder. We can... The fuck is that? There's a nav modifier. Why is there a nav modifier? What? What is this doing? Nothing? Okay, we'll get out of here then. Yeah, we'll delete this backpack, and there's another one. Oh yeah, up on the tower, okay. Collectible custom. You know what? I might just copy the I could always make a child too of the custom and make that the blueprint. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Create child BP collectible backpack. Class defaults. Okay, just tooltip, loot, table, loot, backpack. And that'll pull 3. And then the mesh is backpack. And I'll update the collectible collision, interactable collision. That'll work. Now we have backpacks. And we'll put it like it was before. Not majorly important to get this perfect. I say as I'm trying to get it perfect. Look, I'm anal, okay? And not just in the bedroom. Here we go. Please don't push me. I have yogurt in my backpack. That's wild. That was the most random thing I've ever heard. It's an actual German meme. Are you German? Only been to Germany twice. Both times to Köln. If I said your umlaut properly. Or Cologne if you want the, for some reason, weird English name. Close enough, thank you. I appreciate you, not fucking me over with the spelling. You Germans are supposed to be so rigid and proper. You should be unfollowing. A little German boy, don't use Unreal Engine 5. I have a few friends in Germany. I haven't seen them in forever, though. I love the German countryside. German countryside with small town. German village with small river. Yeah, this is the dream. Live in tiny little German village with river. I love it. German is such a fucked up language. German is the most hated language for game developers to localize to. It's expensive to live there. Not if you don't pay. And not get caught somehow. Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was making collectible potions, right? And I was connecting up the potions with the icons and meshes in them, right? Because we have these potions. And there's liquid inside them. And the liquid sloshes around with the physics. And I was trying to update that. I completely forgot what I was doing. Okay, let me fix that then. That's true, but Germans love their rights to make you pay. I mean, one day I'll have money. I won't. I will not. But one day. Okay, potion bottle 2. Bottle, liquid mesh. Honestly, we can just copy it from here. When your game skyrockets, or it sells absolutely nothing. That is also a very real possibility. Okay, this one is pink. And the bottle is more like this one here. Can I just get all the Can I look at all the bottles? Where are the bottles? I want to have them in front of me. Fun fact, I now also do potion stuff. Permanent attribute potions need for testing. So is it just like the Might and Magic ones where you drink them and you get a permanent... They are permanent, right, Might and Magic? That shouldn't be the mindset. I'm not trying to make the game shit. I'm hoping the game is not shit. The very real likelihood, or possibility I should say, is that I won't get the funding that I need for it. It is a lot of funding that I'm looking for. Not a crazy amount, but it is a bit. Yep, but not like black knight magic potions, which do plus 50, I'll make smaller. No, I do like that, though. I kind of miss that. I made a mod, an overhaul mod for Darkest Dungeon, and Might and Magic potions were one of my inspirations. Because I included a potion which did a random effect, but you didn't know which one you'd picked up. By the way, I do have other potion icons, so if we feel like some of our icons don't exactly fit the bottles that we have available to us, I can just get different icons so that it feels a bit more in line with what we have. If you got offered 50% of the funding, would you accept it? Yes, because 50% of the funding would fund my vertical slice, which I feel very confident in. It would fund vertical slice and probably a good majority of the alpha development. So I would take it, and then I would get more funding after vertical slice would be done. All right, let's see here. I will put this on my other screen. Mr. Raptor, I have 5 cents. Is that enough? It is pretty close, yeah. You don't get funding, just release a demo where you make in-game payment for your next goal of patching, and maybe you'd spend a little bit and then you make it better and attract more people who spend. I could go to early access. I don't want to go to early access with a prototype because I don't own any of... I'm not the creator of any of the visual assets here. And I don't want to mismarket the game. We'll see. I will talk about it. I wouldn't do anything without talking about it with colleagues and without talking about it with you guys first, so. Percent of funding is better from what I know. In Poland, publishers take 60 to 70%. When my friends were there in Digital Dragons, they talked to some publishers. Yeah, here's the thing, like, Polish publishers don't have the kind of money to spend that I'm looking for. And I can use them as a test, as a focus test. Because if they like the idea, and then the moment I say, oh yeah, also we're looking for $4 million, and they're like, oh, we can't afford that, I'm like, yeah, well, I know that now. But at least if they say, yeah, we really like the idea, we think this will sell well, okay, good, we have a good game. And the more that we can use to verify that, and they might be able to hook me up with publishers that do have that, right? So I can use them for connections. But I'm going to be looking more for, like, the big dogs, right? The ones to whom $4 million is nothing. Okay, this one will use bottle 2. You don't want crowdfunding? We could still do crowdfunding, but I don't want to go to crowdfunding without a vertical slice. We usually do, every month we do Kickstarter reviews, and I've seen a lot of Kickstarters. Going with anything less than a vertical slice is just really stupid, in my opinion. Or it's very risky, let's put it that way. Okay, this one is pink. Do I have any pink liquid? Not really. How easy is it to make pink liquid? What do you think? How much to request from publisher for MM7 size game, 12 levels, similar mechanics? Specifically for your game is what you're asking, right? Have you done a budget yet? You have a milestone plan. You really perform with a good demo, maybe someone on YouTube catch up to you. There's truth there, right? So I think just right now my main focus is not to do marketing, not to worry about the milestone plan just yet. My goal is to make the best fucking prototype I can, the best I can. And the better that this looks and feels and plays, I have more cards up my sleeve that I can use to negotiate. Nothing matters. Nothing. Steam page doesn't fucking matter. Wishlist doesn't fucking matter. What matters is the game. If the game is good, then I can take it to where I need to. The only reason wishlists don't matter for me, by the way, is because everything you see here is not final. Games like tape drives, where you do have those final assets in the game, and in a lot of cases, you can show that off because you're not mismarketing the game, right? You're not saying, oh, this is placeholder, this is a store asset, whatever. But for me, I can't do that because I don't have any final assets. You haven't done the budget. I'm just very bad at such things. I feel you on that. I worked with a producer here in Poland to help me to budget the game. It's hard to know. It's hard to know, and I don't know where you are in the world, so I don't know how much you would want to ask for salaries. And I don't know if you want to go to early access. I don't know if you want to do Kickstarter for partial funding or search for private investors, which might also help with partial funding. So it's like, do you want to get funding for your vertical slice, or do you want to get funding for full cycle development? Ideally, you would want to do Kickstarter. I think I would know more once I saw your budget. What's a vertical slice? Vertical slice is a small portion of your game with release quality assets and production ready pipelines. Again, I'll use the Witcher 3 White Orchard example. If you've ever played Witcher 3 White Orchard, perfect vertical slice. So the rest of the game doesn't matter. You can have it concepted, but this is your tiny little section of the game. Release quality, production ready pipelines, everything to experience the game. You're in Poland? I am in Poland, yeah. But I'm not Polish. Nie jestem Polakiem. Jestem Amerykaninem. I do like Poland though. Poland's fun. What was I doing? Oh, we need pink liquid. Material instance, liquid. Duplicate. And let's see what it looks like here. Ooh. Kind of sexy. I see surface. Oh my god. Okay, I think the only thing we need to change are the colors. I just wish there was a kind of general color override. Okay. A little hard to... Is there really no just color override on this? Production quality will be a little bit difficult. It requires voicing, more art. So you'd probably want to look for funding for vertical, or if you have enough of your game made, you probably could go for... Jesus fucking Christ. This is okay, there's a lot of shit here. Oh my god. I just want to change the color. We just need it to be pink-ish. Pink, but slightly darker. Pink, but really dark. Sure, this works, assumedly. I guess we'll see. Let me put one of these in the world. I'm still getting over a cold, so I cough a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not dying. I am dying, but I'm not dying. The alcohol poisoning is what's killing me. This should be a missive. Where's my light? Time of day. This fucking thing is too bright. Turn off, sir. Please, turn off. Mr. Raptor, you're still 19. Thank you for assuming that. I thought this was a missive. Am I crazy? Is it not? Or is it just lumen? Michael Wapta. No, there is. Just not super bright, which is probably okay. These are really bright. I assume if we went to a darker spot and we put one down, it'll be more visible. Again, out jump into my project. See you Monday. Get well and have a nice weekend. Good luck on your project, and it was really nice seeing you today. And I will see you on Monday. We have our stream anniversary on Monday, so I still don't know what I want to do. Why does it not look emissive? Can I update that at all? I have fill, opacity, viscosity, wave scale. Yeah, there's not really anything to adjust the emissiveness here. It might be within the material instances, which seems very likely. Electricity? I have no idea what that means. Yeah, weird. I don't see anything. Although I think it was maybe handled from a material collection parameter. I don't see it. Material parameter collection. I don't know then. I don't know what's controlling that. I see the lighting here, but this is just a... I don't know what the purple node is. Where are my artists out there? What's a purple node? Oh, I see. It connects up here. It's a like a redirector, essentially. I didn't know you could make those. Be cool. We could add a multiply in here and expose it as a parameter. Or emissive intensity, but I think I'm just not going to touch it. It's so not important. Okay, for the health potion, it's like a square one. Although these I feel are too big. And there's no small square one. So I think let's use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe just 8. Bottle 8. Bottle liquid 8. Stopper 8. And liquid, hopefully there is a red one. Oh, there are lit ones. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hey, Aga. What does that mean if it's lit? It's kind of like bubbling, which is kind of cool. I don't think I need that. Tell me Discord, you're pinned to your computer so I can watch YouTube on TV without ads. Yes, I can. Do you know how to use the sound output batch file that I have on my desktop? Because you have to set the output to the TV. And just know you open it and press enter. If you know where to find, okay, you don't know where it is. So on my screen, about up here, you're not going to see it until you hover over it, but it's about up here. There should be like a batch file fence, and you'll see sound output.bat. Double click on that, press 4, and then press enter, and it should switch the output to the TV. You'll know it works if you look in the bottom right and you hover over the speaker and it says Samsung. Oh, there is a red liquid. It's 3. MI liquid 3. There it is. Okay, this one is purple and like a wavy bottle. Let's use this one, number 5. Bottle 5, bottle liquid 5. If you're still here, Tape Drive 2, by the way, you mentioned that you were looking at the loot tables. I can explain how the loot tables work, and maybe that... I don't know if you're like implementing loot tables as well, but maybe that will give you some inspiration or ideas. Yeah, I can go over those. Hey, indie devs, we gotta help each other, right? We're making the real games, not the AAA, quadruple A. Oh, you have loot tables, but not in the best architecture? It's my one time to shine as a systems designer. Oh. Why did it sort those alphabetically? Managed to successfully patch my phone YouTube app to revanced, and I have no ads now, so just the TV is left with ads. What a hacker. I think I can get rid of the ads in the TV, but I need to properly set up Pi-hole. Now, chat, before you wonder, Pi-hole is perfectly safe. It is not porn. But we need to contact... I need to figure out how to set up the proper DNS server on our router to do that. Okay, back to loot tables. What I really like for loot tables is simple. You call a row name, right? And that is your loot table. So when I have like backpack, or if I have, I don't know, a chest, I can just call a loot table and the number of times I want to pull from that loot table. Then in here, I can determine what type of loot that I want to reward based on a weight, which is the not a chance for it to occur, but it is it's a weight. I need to explain this better. Weights, you add up all of them individually, and then you divide by the individual and all of them. So weight is, maybe you have like 5 different entries, and one of them is weight of 5, one of them is 2, another one is 2, and the other ones are just 1. Then we do equals that weight divided by the sum of all of the weights to give you the percentage chance for that specific entry to occur. And of course, because it is dynamic in this way, meaning that it will always equal 100%. Nine, and then you can see 10 here. So if I were to change this, oh, I want this last loot entry to be way more possible than it is now, let's bump it up to 10. Now this is 50% possible and the others are much lower. So it's instantly dynamic and it always equals 100%. No, don't fucking get out of here, you. So that way you change these, it'll just change the percentages for them to occur. Really, really great for calculation when you have like a spreadsheet with this. Weight-based random, okay, beautiful. You understand it. I'm not trying to treat you as stupid. We don't know each other, so I don't know what you understand. You just tell me if you understand something, okay? Then it can pull in an individual amount of that. So if I want to have, right now, backpacks will just generate a random potion or a random ingredient based on equal weight, but I can always add another entry here based on what I want. I could even call a separate table. So maybe I want to nest tables into themselves. So maybe I have a generic, really, high value item, medium value item, low value item, or I have an armored table, a weapon table, things like that. I can nest those tables in here by calling loot table, and then I call the entry, which is based on the row name of the table. That's about as simple as it is, but it's very flexible and allows for you to expand it and have nested subtables. How do stackable items work with your loot table? I collapse items. I condense all the loot that you get down, and then we reward that in the weird. And then I reward those as a whole. So first I have to do calculations, then condense, then reward. And I like that system just because it is very flexible. It puts more work on me as a designer, but I don't care. I like that. And this is pretty much all it is. And then the condensing happens here. And then I call separate functions for updating the inventory. Sounds similar to something you do, but you don't like. You said you don't like the architecture for it. What don't you like about the architecture? I'm curious. I assume your game is probably full of loot tables, as it should be as an RPG. Is it just maybe that it's troublesome to manage within Unreal and you want to have like some external program to make the loot tables and then import them into Unreal? Loot containers, shops, drop loot. You handle you handle shops also based on loot tables? Because like for the backpacks I can, specify individual items, of course, but I can also then just generate random ingredient, random potions. These will call separate functions, so there's a little bit of custom scriptability in here for things as well. But maybe we just prefer different architectures there. That part is per monster loot table, which is different. It is nested arrays. With 4-level nesting, I had issue with Unreal. Per monster loot table. What did your per monster loot table look like? Because I also do similar things, or I've done similar things even with Darkest Dungeon, for instance. Although I don't know if I did that for the main game. I did that for my mod. Hey, Ovi. How can I change mass factors when I grab and drop somewhere I want to feel different masses, but can't achieve that while grabbing? You want to feel different masses. You could apply damping based on the mass. So when the player grabs it, run a function to change the damping based on the mass. So that way it feels like it's heavier. 1 to 5 level array, 6 to 10 array. That is the bad part. What does that look like, tape drive games? In each top array, there are weighted arrays, random arrays, and obligatory array. So you do like some guaranteed loot, some weighted loot, and like some random loot. Is what it sounds like. Kind of sounds like I did them separately. I will do it your way with some logic. Tell me if it works. If it's. I'm sorry if it doesn't. I'm going to use like a old school RuneScape as an example here. Right, where you kill these spiders and they drop guaranteed loot here. They always drop this, but then they also have a chance to call from a separate table here for weapons and armor, separate table for runes, for herbs, for seeds, and then these each themselves are tables with their own weights. You can see here by rarity. You have a chest template. For mine, what I can do is I can call multiple loot tables at once. I took idea from Terraria loot, like weighted. What does Terraria loot look like? Sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions. I don't know what Terraria's loot looks like. Why is that bubbly? I want that bubbly. Whatever, it can be bubbly. What is the chance this rolls armor versus runes? Sometimes it says it. I don't think it says it here. What's a good example? Here are subtables, so it has like a 1 in 9 chance. So we can assume that if there are 9 tables, each of them is weighted the same. And then these tables have their own weights. Kill bossers, weight a list of some unique things and some obligatory stuff. But that could be solved with this system too. Like for instance, when, you know, with the backpack, it's just an array of loot tables. So if I want like guaranteed rewards, I can do loot backpack guaranteed, and then it just, or like loot backpack unique, and then there's a unique chance. Shop chests have name templates, same architecture, so I'll change monster drop to that. Currently it's a major pain to edit. Several loot tables is also a way to go. Yeah. Yeah, I do the nested loot tables. That way I can do guaranteed loot, or I can pull from different tables. So maybe it's like a lucky backpack, and that can be a small, you know, so loot backpack is full of separate subtables, like a lucky backpack, okay, you know, normal backpack, shitty backpack, and then I can weight those individually. Loot tables for one loot container is more flexible, but having different types arrays is mostly the same. You can do both. That's what I do, is both. How do guaranteed drops work in your loot table? So if I want a guaranteed drop, I just add a... Oh, I close the loot table. I would just add a new row for loot, let's just say loot backpack, guaranteed. And then this could be, I don't know, we'll just make it like a ingredient, ing, toadstool, n, amount 1, weight 1. So this stays the same. This is random potion or random ingredient. And then in backpack, I can just add another loot table for loot, backpack, guaranteed, amount 1. And so now every time that I loot the backpack, it will always reward that one thing. You can see we got we always get the toadstool when we loot this. Up 2 to 4 HP potions, some money, weight a list of items. For each entry there's min-max amount. I was gonna do min-max too. Although you can kind of solve that with weighted differences, but it's fine. What if you want one guaranteed plus random loot from a loot table? What would be the guaranteed in this case? If there's some templates. Well, that is what nested tables should be, is the template. If you want just a chest template, you just set up the chest with the guaranteed. For example, 10 coins guaranteed plus a random potion. Then you would just do a loot table for 10 guaranteed and then a random potion. So here, the loot backpack guaranteed, you would just do gold, amount 10, then Okay, this is the round yellow. Let's do 6. Ocean 6. You have a separate for min-max for money? Yeah, that can work. Bottle 6. Bottle liquid 6. Stopper 6. And liquid, do we have any yellow? Kind of. Maybe several temples would be better too. It sounds like, I mean, I don't really see any issues that you would have with yours. Yours sounds fine to me, but I am also a systems designer, so I love balancing. When you're like, oh yeah, I can do all this stuff, and yeah, it just takes a lot of time. It's like, okay, that's fine. That's my job. Okay, do we have any orange? We do have the glowing orange. That'll work. Yeah, I don't actually understand what your templates... Because it just sounds like your templates are the loot tables themselves. But explaining loot tables over Twitch chat is certainly not the most ideal way of doing it, right? Like, let's just share screen. Oh, I get it now. I'm gonna do the third one here. Yeah, I don't know what you were using before then, if you were... Well, you said you have like, I don't know what the difference is between like your shop templates and your... If I saw the data, I would understand it more. I think I need to see the... I'm one of those like, just show me the data. Show me the structure. Like, oh, okay, I get it. We Gucci. Oh, it's in C++, okay. I can, I mean, I can read that too. I can read C++, I just can't write it. I suck with writing. Stopper 3, liquid. We just use the glowy orange again. Which bottle do we want for this? Let's use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We use 7. Once you drop their level dependent arrays, I'll just chance it to similar templates, which will be chosen depending on monster level. Yeah, that would work. You could have a separate... You could do the same... This is what was done for Darkest Dungeon, and I don't know if it's the best way to do it, but it did work, where... We use the same loot table name, and of course this already wouldn't work with data tables. And then if it detected more than one of the same name, it would search individually for the level. So you could just do the same name on every enemy, but then dependent on the level that that enemy was in the case of Darkest Dungeon, it would drop the separate one. Sorry, I was trying to remember how we did that. I think what you will need is just your own custom solution. Important part is item category and item type when generating from template. Entity is template. In armor, it will generate any armor. We'll do bottle 1, bottle liquid 1, stopper 1. And liquid, do we have any green? Sickly green? Kind of, not really. I want like a really good looking vibrant poison. Let's make one of those. Oh, I see. This is using a separate material for that. That's pretty cool. Liquid color. We want sickly green. Liquid color 2. A little bit darker. Surface color. Actually, just keep it the same as this one. Yeah. That'll work. Hashtag not an artist. Good enough. It's a prototype. It's all gonna get deleted anyway. Or replaced should be the more proper word. Can't even see what's in this bottle. Type attribute stat realm damage, realm resistance. All your stats, your attributes, some crazy shit, bro. One day I will work on a loot generator like that. And I will allow nobody to touch it because I will want to be the only person. And the only reason being is because I really want to do it. The producer's like, yeah, who's gonna be the feature owner for this? Me! Me! Okay, the CEO of the company is gonna be the feature owner here. Yes! Fuck yeah. Oh, there's some brown liquid. Okay, that'll work. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, let's delete these. I'm gonna pull this bad boy up. He does look bad, doesn't he? And only thing I need to change is the icon, and that should update the... We have how many? We have 12. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Two. There we go. Realms are physical, fire, air, water, nature, body, spirit, psionics, and chaos. That is a lot of realms. Three, 4, 5, 6. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I do kind of wish the fill rate of potions, though, was higher than 0.5. Let's do 0.85. Some of those, it goes up really far, though. Actually, all of them it does. Point 0.6. Yeah, it's a bit better. Some of the taller ones are a little bit empty, but it's okay. And they should all be physics simulated. Hopefully not fall over. Yeah. Unless we want them to. Boink. Okay, potions are taken care of. Do a quick save of everything. We have backpacks, we have some loot. We'll probably have to work more of this on another day, because I'd like to just kind of take my time, go through each of the areas of the game, and get some proper shit added. Maybe see if we can get some more variety of junk. The cool thing is, if we were to put like some crates or something here with that you could open the lid up on these chests, and they had potions inside, they would float to the top. In fact, I think we do have a chest that opens, not on interaction, We have a chest and chest cover. But I think that's the wrong one. We have box. It's called box. BP treasure box. But I don't think it does anything other than just sit here. What we could do, if the root is nice on this, it is. We could make a chest. How big is it though? Because if it's really deep, it could be kind of annoying. So I'd like to just put the loot inside of it and you can grab it from inside there. It looks a bit big. Oop. Ew. Oh, it has some treasure inside of it. Hold on. It's pretty nice. I'll make my own though. Treasure chest. I'd like to make one that's empty. And I need to reparent this because I kind of forgot. Collectible. Can't see which one it is. This is the empty one. Just some permanent attribute stat potion code. It was easy, but testing this is where the pain starts. Don't you just love features like that? Okay, yeah, it's implemented. 10 minutes. How are we gonna test it? If you have 10 hours. Okay, where's the lid? What did they name this? Box cup. Who made this? It's the box cup. Oh, and of course it's like a million. So, okay, there we go. I don't know why I did that. And the roots are different, so lining this up is going to be a pain in the ass. Wonderful. It doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, it just has to be kind of lined up. I say as I zoom into the pixel. Ooh, don't do it. Can spoon fit in here? I don't know if he can fit in there. Would be pretty funny. just don't know how big it is. Yeah, it's not that big. Not that big. We could always scale it down a little bit too. A good side quest. Spoon was looking for spoons and actually fell into a treasure chest and you have to save him. It would be. You know what? We should have reparented this to custom. That was my bad. Let me do that. And for collectibles, the main parent custom is what we actually want here. That it actually has interact logic. Which right now should just delete it, but I'm going to change that to have custom interaction logic. Yeah. So I'll do BP collectible, make a new enum, E collectible interaction logic. Destroy. Run custom code. Only. What we can do here is a little sneaky, cheeky breaky. Interaction logic, instance editable. 5:15 p.m. I was wondering why I feel hungry. Looks like a visit in store is mandatory, so I'll be off for some time. Do not worry, we are going to be off in like 45 minutes, so you're not going to miss much. But it was very nice meeting you. And thank you for sharing your game. And I hope that we can meet each other again. It looks beautiful. Thank you so much. Good luck with the game. Really appreciate it. Custom interaction logic. Actually, that needs to be a event. If you're in Poland too, you said you... Wait, were you the one in... No, you're not the one in Germany. But if you're in Poland... Are you in Poland? You mentioned Digital Dragons. You're in Georgia. That's cool. I've never met somebody from Georgia. The country. Not the United States state. Friends are in Poland on Game Fest. Oh, that's pretty cool. I might have, I don't know, maybe I met some of them. I've been to Digital Dragons a few times now. 3 times. 4 times. 3 times. Actually, we should always run custom interaction logic. But not necessarily destroy. And then I think because it is a custom event, There we go. Yeah, take care, man. See you later. Hopefully Monday. We'll see. Why did a country name itself after an American state? I think one of those came before the other, and it's not the one that we think it is. If I had to guess, I don't know when the country of Georgia came to be, but I would imagine probably a bit sooner than. When did it become Georgia? Unification of the Georgian realm. 1008, but then it was, of course, as the Russians will do, about 1,000 years ago. Okay, custom interaction logic. We need to take this lid. We're going to run a do once on it, which will open up the lid. So this is going to do a timeline. Do a float track, open lid. Time 2, value 1, length 2. And we'll make these F interp, not linear interp. And we'll use it for the alpha of a linear interp. Set relative rotation, split structure pin. Default is 0B. See what it needs to be here. On the x-axis, we want to open it by about, let's say 115 degrees. So collectible custom, treasure chest, class settings, class default, sorry. Interaction logic is run custom code only. And theoretically, that should work. It did nothing. Because it is not hooked up. We could also spawn items in there. Yeah. Maybe it's a little slow. It's a little slow, but it works. What treasures may lay inside? We should be able to put like a scene route in here and spawn some things before it opens. depending on a loot table. However, I don't want things to spawn inside of each other, and if we open up the chest too early, like if we run the script when it opens to spawn the shit inside, it's gonna kind of like you're gonna notice that it was spawned in there and it hasn't settled yet. I don't really want to do it on game start, though we could, because they are physics objects. They will settle. Some of them are. Ingredients and potions are. Junk items are right now not physics enabled. Do we have a sack static mesh? We have any sort of sack? Kind of. We also have this one, but I think it's really small. You have a sack. That is absolutely excellent. Actually, that's not bad. What I'm gonna do is, if we roll junk, we can spawn a sack in that is interactable and rewards the junk. So let's put a scene root in here. This is going to be pretty complex. A lot more complex than I thought it would be for a treasure chest. Oops. Gotta scale uniformly, please. It's really fucking big, way too big. That'll work though. I'm gonna add another scene root. And I want these both to be children of the static mesh. This one is junk sack root. This one is other items root. I was moving the wrong one. I need to move the root. Because this is where we'll spawn the sack, so it needs to be in there well, not messing up. Okay, perfect. However, we're not going to be spawning in a static mesh. We're going to be spawning in a child actor. That child actor will be a custom blueprint collectible. BP collectible sack. We will not make the sack a physics object. Bartosz, thank you for the 10-month subscribe.
Bartekno just subscribed. 10 dziesiątych.
True. Thank you so much, man. We need to meet up. I was in Krakow the other day, but I was busy. I had things all fucking day. But it would be nice to meet up. Good luck on your 5 fish as well. M-type just tooltip. Okay, collectible stack is... Let's just call it a... sack. Probably filled with junk. Also busy as fuck till the weather is nice. By the way, nice hat, thank you. The weather is pretty nice though, isn't it? You do not mean that. Fuck off. It's like it's a sunny week. 16, 15. Good week. We have loot in our game. We have loot. We have lots of good shit. We have potion throwing. We have, you know, the basics of potion combat starting to go. You've been missing a lot. You haven't seen potion throwing? Okay, I'll show you. I will give myself generic potion and we will throw it at the tree. Boink. Healed tree. And we have a loot like that. Yeah, you know, it looks rough, it looks simple, but it is the basics of all of our interactions with the world. And I'm just working on some loot. Can you curve throw? Not yet. We also have potions too, and they slosh around with liquid. Like you see this potion here. It is a physics object and it sloshes around based on its rotation and shit. So that's some cool stuff. Yeah, how's our game looking with all that known? I need to disable this. I need to destroy this component. When you interact. I think for now I will just spawn them in the moment you interact with it. So child actor. Set child actor class. Here's the thing, do I have to spawn in the child actor or do I have to... Let's try it. BP collectibles. Yeah, and then we need to get to the get child actor scale, or we need to set actor transform. We'll break this scale 2. Is this relative though? set actor relative transform. And the rotational data is here. Negative 112 on the Z. Think that'll work? If we delete the static mesh and we interact, yes. Unfortunately, it is not destroying the component for interaction on the chest. Why? Maybe it's because the mesh is blocking the trace, the visibility trace. I need it to not be interactable anymore. Okay, we'll do this. B is interactable as a Boolean. Default true. And when you interact with it, we will set interactable to false. Should work. Yes. Chest is no longer interactable, or I guess it is, but it isn't. And sack is interactable, but right now it just gets destroyed. Okay, so that will get spawned in, but only if we generate junk. So what we need to do is we need to call the loot table for the chest on interaction, generate the items, and then based on the items we spawn in those things. The problem is, I think our function to reward loot will just automatically reward them. And it doesn't output the loot that was rewarded. Okay, I'll duplicate the reward loot. We'll call it generate loot. It's going to do everything the same except for rewarding the loot. And then it's just going to output it. Which is kind of stupid, but we can refactor it later if we need to. But then it's like, the collectible sack itself would have to be let's do it this way. I will duplicate sack and we'll call it sack override loot. Because collectible custom will reward the loot regardless. Instead, what I'll do is I'll unhook this from here. Connect it up here. We'll do another interaction type, which is override loot with IDs. Really stupid. Or couldn't we just run custom interaction? We'll do it this way. We'll do run custom code only without loot. This is dirty. Don't do it this way. Don't do it this way, kids. That'll work. It's really dirty, it's really stupid, but it'll work. So the sack override loot will have a variable override. Item IDs, an array of names, and item amounts as an array of integer. And here we need to output item IDs, item amounts. Yeah. Everything else should be okay and the same. So instead of spawning sack, we're going to spawn the sack with override loot. We then want to update the... Well, first we want to generate the loot. And that will take the input I could move this to a function. We'll do that 1 second. Item. Oh, I think this is still the old Oh no, we would need to cast it because we don't know what class it is. Cast to sack override loot. As sack override loot. Set item IDs, set item amounts. And then we'll need to spawn those items in, but we want to, for the, because this is only going to be the junk. Let's do a custom function on here for spawn sack. Or we'll do spawn loot. We'll just do it all in one. Item IDs, item amounts. We should also set this as a we need to attach to the right component. This would be the junk. No, because it's, yeah, we're replacing. No, never mind. We're okay there. Never mind. Now we want to cast to the, let's look over, but let's do sack actor. We only want to spawn the sack if there are actually junk items in here. So we need to for loop through the item IDs if there are actually any in there. So it's not empty. True. Otherwise, if it is empty, we just go false. And actually, we do want to spawn in potions too, so let's export the potions and amounts too. Potions, potion amounts. Potion array, potions, potion amounts. Yeah, any ingredients and potions we want to spawn raw on the other item's route. That's easy to do. We just need to first detect, are there any junk items in here? If so, what are they? And how much of them do we have? So first we will how do I want to do this? Let's keep it simple. Item IDs for each loop. Get item type from ID. If there's junk, let's update a boolean. B has junk. Afterwards, if we detect junk, let's create the sack. After we've created the sack, we need to go through all of the item IDs again. And I think for the sake of this, I will. No, it's fine. We'll make an integer array of removed indices. Spawned indices. Would I need to do that? I'll make my life even simpler. We'll just make working copies of these. Working item IDs. Working item amounts. That way when we're done we can update or just utilize these in some way. That's item amount. And we'll run this at the start of the quick. Okay, that'll work. We could also, while we're doing this, make an array of junk indices. I mean, that seems a lot easier. Like, fuck the Boolean. We can just check if junk indices is not empty. And then we don't need that Boolean anymore. Okay, so then instead loop through junk indices. And for each, we want to grab the sack. Get a copy of that indice. Cast to sack, override loot. Item ID, set. Get item IDs, set by ref. Will that work? Like I can add to it from here. I can try, I don't think I can. I don't think that'll work. But maybe it will. Item amounts. You know what's crazy? What's crazy? Add. And we want to get the working item amounts at the same element. I think that'll work. And then after that, we want to for each loop through Wait, did it say I could convert execution to an array of wildcards? What? That's not how that works. We want to loop back through the working item IDs again, but if array index is found in junk indices, equal to -1, that's good. That means we can spawn it. If false, we don't want to do anything with it. Current item ID. Steam 10 plus years ago was much less competitive. If you released this game back then, you would have guaranteed success. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely true. Nowadays, Steam is full of junk. They rely on their algorithm to curate, but their algorithm is very aggressive and punishes people for not having existing interest And it's really hard to gain existing interest. Very, very difficult. One actor from class. Get item type from ID. I think we want to do it this way, so these would for sure only be ingredients. So then why am I spawning? If I know what class it is, these would be standalone ingredient. Would they not? And if they are standalone ingredients, let's expose these on spawn. Steam brought back some form of greenlight process. Greenlight was so nearly decent, but very abused. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I think the issue with Greenlight is that it was like Kickstarter, and it was just full of really, really, really bad products. It was really bad. Where's the other items? Get transform. And the amount to reward is equal to the current array index. Look at as was, but some form of vetting to weed out all the crap would be ideal. Like the algorithm is strict. When I want the algorithm to work for me, it does. When I want it to work as a player, it works great. When I want it to work as a developer, it's not that great. Because as a player, if you go to all upcoming releases, I guarantee that you will see the light of day on none of the ones that are set to release on pretty much any given day. And most of those are probably okay that you never heard about it. Try to adjust location, but always spawn. And then as the collectible, no, that should be okay. And then when it's done, we want to do the same thing, but for potions. For each, brew potions. We then want to get potion amounts at the index. And do a for loop from 0 to amounts minus 1. And for each of those, we want to spawn in collectible potion And I'm going to expose some of that too. So potion data, expose on spawn. Amount reward, expose on spawn. Potion amounts. Get. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, it would just be one. And then the spawn transform is the same as here. I'm surprised at the massive volume of new games coming out constantly, considering I've never once met a game developer in real life. That's fair. I can't empathize with the not meeting a game developer in real life. I've met a lot of them. We are slightly rare, aren't we? That, loot. For the time being, I'm going to just make loot chest. And we'll make junk ingredient. These will all be weighted the same. ING lavender N. J sword. Potion. Random potion. And then random ingredients. Have you met one isolated from game development setting, like just randomly bumped into someone who happens to be a game developer? Yes, but it's not super common. You can kind of tell sometimes. But we blend in. We camouflage well. You have to be like wearing merchandise that says like, I don't know, Bloober team or something, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, the only way they're getting that is by working there. I don't really go up and interact with them. It's not like, hey, I'm a game dev too. Let's talk. Yeah, for now, I'll just make a loot. Chest 5. I have no idea if this is gonna run or if it's gonna work. I need to get going home soon, so hopefully there isn't a bug. Generate loot, spawn loot. Fuck with the collision. Open the lid. This is gonna spawn loot inside of each other, which means it could go flying, and I will try to fix that. Oh, it just gave me the loot. Why did it do that? It's supposed to give me the loot. Oh, we need to set it to the right. Run custom code only without loot. It did spawn things. It did spawn them. I don't know if the junk aspect is working because it didn't generate any junk there. It generated some junk. It generated one junk item that did absolutely nothing when I picked it up. I don't know why. Probably because I never set up any loot for it. Where's my collectibles? Yeah, I think because sack override loot still pulls from custom, we needed to run custom code only without loot. Hey GT, got anything cool to show? We do have quite a bit to show. But I think I'll have to save showing it till Monday because I'm trying to get this finished. Can't I override? No, we'll do interaction logic. Destroy and run custom code without loot. Time to refactor this a little bit more. Custom code only. But still loot. Custom code without loot. Destroy and run custom code without loot. There's a lot of things. I only worry because run custom code is a event that this might get triggered too soon. And I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do this. Don't look at it. Okay, so that will destroy it, but run the custom code. It won't loot. It means we can override the loot in the sack. custom interaction logic. This would only be junk, so what we can do is we can for each through the item IDs. Update junk inventory. Get the amount at the index. Show on loot widget. That should be it. Should be. Unless I didn't set the... Yeah, destroy and run custom code without loot. It's just, hold on. I think I know what happened. Yeah. Did spawn those. They're getting flung out though. Does the chest have... flung something out of me. It's flung a sunburst star. I don't know if it spawned anything else. It should have. Only spawning one thing? Unless they're all just getting grouped and then deleted? It shouldn't be? I don't want to make a separate collision channel where I don't allow them to interact with each other. That's boring. What I could do... is kind of stupid, but it'll work. Like, I'll just make 5 roots. I don't want to spawn them randomly in a box, though I could spawn them randomly in a box. But that could, we could still end up with a case of them overlapping. It just would be unlikely. Or I'll do the really stupid thing and just make 5 roots. Just spawn them in 5 roots. Like, fuck it. It's a prototype. We need to fix it later, we'll fix it later. Yeah, use array index here to do a select. And then we'll do the same thing down here, but instead, small difference. We're going to add in the length of the working item ID. Which should prevent us from utilizing the roots that we've already used. We may need to refactor this whole chest. Gotta think about it, right? But for the time being, this should function. Still just kind of... It poops them out and there's only 2. I may just call it here for the day and we'll work on this next time. Oh, I know why it's kind of being a bitch. It's because of the chest, the mesh, has some shitty collision. It's just got a box on it. I wonder why they were jumping out like that. Good thing is we can fix that by adding in some custom collision. I need to do... Not that. What's the booty? Hopefully some good loot. But I need to adjust the collision on this. Ooh, that's perfect. Okay. Copy that. Add another box. Paste. Do -40. Looking good. Add a box. Wrong number. And then we want to offset by '70's good. Pretty good. Would you organically expect to come across someone who reveals they're in a field? I have no clue. I have no clue how to answer that. After we should meet up one day, all stream. Okay. Do it. Actually, I don't like the location of these. The X extent is a little fucked up. It's a little wonky, but it works. Trying the hitbox, it was just one giant square. Which means we couldn't actually get things inside of it without them bursting out and going crazy. We need it to not be like that. Yeah, I just used 5 boxes now, so now it has like a interior that things can be inside of. And that should mean when we spawn things inside of there, they won't go flying. It's not perfect, but it does need to be refactored, but it should be functional. Yeah. Issue is player kind of gets stuck a little bit on top of it, and I don't like that you can't see very far inside of it. It's definitely going to need work. Definitely going to need work. Can you scale the chest? I could scale the chest. I like its size and everything except for how tall it is. I could also add like a false floor on it, so that the things that are over here spawn on top of like a little stand. That could be done, and that would be a really easy quick fix. I wanted to generate some junk though, because I want to see how it looks. There we go. So now you have like regular old things spawning here, and then you have a separate junk sack. It's a start. It's a start. We'll worry about it. If the game is an open world, where would these come into the equation? What do you mean? Where would chests? Well, it's still an open world. Like you manually place the chests everywhere. Yes. Yes. all the chests will be placed randomly. There might be some that are generated if we want to respawn them. We'll see about that. At the very least for prototype, that won't be the case. We'll just manually place them. Would they fall from killing things? Chests? No. You would get loot directly from killing things. Or it would fall on the ground and you pick it up. Or just walk over it or something. Loot bags, maybe. That's something to answer further down the line. Corpses, again, that's further down the line to discuss. Soon, but further. We'll figure it out. For now, I am going to get going. I'm very hungry. I have to pee. And I'm tired. But we will be back on Monday for our stream anniversary, 1 year stream anniversary, where we will probably be playing some game or something. We'll see what we do. Oh, getting killed by. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. Probably just a fucking pizza, okay? Something's super quick and yummy. Guys, thank you so much for all the love this week. I will see you on Monday. Have a really nice weekend. Take care. We didn't give you love. That's fine. I do suck. I will see you guys on Monday. So take care, guys, and have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye. See you Monday for our stream anniversary. See you guys. Thank you for all the love and all the follows today. It was great talking to all of you. Bye.